Okay, members, thank you for coming today, and anybody in the public gallery. It's gone past 2 o'clock, so I'm going to read out the notice and summons of meeting. You're here, dear members of the Planning Committee, you're hereby summoned to attend the monthly meeting of the Planning Committee, which will be held as a hybrid socially distanced meeting to be conducted remotely via WebEx and also physically in the Chamber, Derry Road, Strabane, on Wednesday, the 7th of February, 2024 at 2 p.m. I ask Maura to now take members' attendances and apologies. Go ahead, Maura. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Alderman Derek Hussey. Alderman Hussey. Nope. Oh, is that you, Alderman Hussey? No. Alderman Keith. Yeah, okay, it's just slow. Thank you. Alderman Keith Kerrigan. Alderman Kerrigan. Nope. Alderman Neary McMorris.
Online, Karen.
Thank you. Councillor Jason Barr.
Here.
Thank you. Councillor John Boyle.
Here.
Thank you. Councillor Sean Fleming.
And Sean.
Thank you. Councillor Paul Gallagher.
And Sean.
Thank you. Councillor Christopher Jackson.
Sean.
Thank you. Councillor Fergal Leonard.
And Shaw.
Excuse me. Councillor Rory McHugh.
And Shaw.
Thank you. Councillor Sean Mooney.
Here.
Okay. Councillor Patrick Murphy. Thank you. Councillor Lillian Shania Barr. She's not here. And Councillor Grace McNillis. Okay. Chair.
Thank you, Maura. Item 3, the broadcasting statement for hybrid meeting. So I'll read that out now. I'd like to remind everyone present at this meeting in the chamber or in attendance remotely that this meeting will be broadcast live to the internet and will be capable of repeated viewing. This broadcast may be terminated or suspended in accordance with our protocol. Due to your attendance at this meeting, you are consenting to being filmed and to the use and storage of those images for broadcasting or training purposes and for the purpose of keeping historical records and making those records available to the public. Members and approved speakers are reminded to only have their mics and cameras on while speaking at the meeting and to use the chat facility to highlight a request to speak. A copy of the Council privacy notice may be found on the Council website. Item 4, that is declarations of members' interests. I can take declaration now or during the currency of the meeting. Councillor Gallagher, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Item 4, declaring interest.
Right, that brings me on now to item number 5. That's Chairperson's business. We have quite a bit here, so I'm going to ask Maura if she wants to start off there. Thank you, Maura.
Thank you, Chair. Members, you will see there's a number of late items that has consequences in terms of just applications that are on the schedule. So I just wanted to run through, firstly, in terms of item 1, we had a revised site block plan. As a result of that, we do require to consult with road service, and therefore we can't hear that particular case today because we need that expertise advice before we could proceed. So unfortunately, I have to recommend that we defer that from the schedule today, Chair. So that's item 1. Members, you will also have seen from correspondence that item 16 on your papers has been actually withdrawn from the system by the agent. So that's been removed from the whole system, not just the schedule. I'm happy to run through some of the list of late items now, and then there's a specific matter as a result of that the Chair is going to cover. So item number 5 on your list, which relates to Correspondence Road. We have a letter from Gemma Joblin requesting a predetermination hearing. Gemma Joblin's the agent. Item number 6, again, this is the an application for outline plan and permission for social housing. We have a number of late items which you'll have seen. A letter from the agent requesting a predetermination hearing, a letter of support from MLA Mark Durkin, and a letter of support from MLA Kira Ferguson. Item 13, we have the glamping pod and Plumbridge. We have an email, which is a letter of support from Councillor Raymond Barr, and we've also a letter of support from MLA Daniel McCrossan. And I've also already covered item 16, which was the panel sign on Tornagrough Road. We have an email whereby the agent has withdrawn the application from the committee and the system. So in regard to items 5 and 6, I think I'll just pass back to the Chair maybe to cover that particular issue before we move forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Maura. Before I do that, I'm just going to welcome Councillor Lillian Sinoy Barr to the committee. She replaced Councillor McDade there last month, but I'm just letting everybody know. Just welcome Councillor Sinoy Barr to the committee, anyway. So on to the next item, anyway. Members, you will, as Maura has said, you will have sight of 2 late items in relation to items that are on our list today, and that is item 5 and item 6. Item 5 is the application at 120 Correspondence Road. That's an email from Gemma Joblin, the agent in this matter. And the second one is for approximate application at 124 east of number 70 Correspondence Road, and that is a letter from Matt Kennedy, who is the agent on behalf of the applicant in that matter. Members, as you can see, both letters outline requests for PDH hearings. So because letters came in very, very late, and because there's a protocol they follow in relation to applying for PDHs, these items have come to Chair's business today. So what I propose to do is to simply put it to members. Obviously, these are major applications. You will have sight of the reasons for from both applicants. They make their cases in the letters, and what I propose to do now is I'll canvass opinion from yourselves, members. So, Councillor Boyle, go ahead there.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Obviously, I, like everybody else, have had sight of those 2 requests for PDH. And bearing in mind the information contained in the requests, it strikes me as only fair and reasonable that we might grant an opportunity for PDH. They are, as you already said, they're major applications. There's a significant number of refusal reasons that have been presented. And I think one way agents certainly indicated that they would like to be able to address some of those. And the format of our planning committee Whilst we do our best with it, it's probably not perfect for dealing with major applications like this at this point. So if it needs a proposal or if everybody's in agreement, then I think it'd be only fair and reasonable to have PDHs in relation to both of those applications. But just one other point of note as well is that there is another similar type application in the same neighbourhood for Old Bridge, again with a very significant number of refusal reasons for it. And I'm kind of thinking out loud a wee bit here, Chair, but maybe even a PDH for that applicant, if they so desire it, might prove useful for the committee to fully investigate that one, you know. But I think, you know, obviously it's to give us an opportunity to get greater understanding of what the applications are and how they might be able to overcome some of the difficulties that might present. And so I'm going to make a proposal in relation to the first two. I suppose in relation to that one, if the
Well,
agents of
I
the
think
applicant-
probably maybe hear what all our members say first.
Yeah.
I'll come back to you on a
Yeah,
proposal.
that's
but
fine. Yeah,
I think they're probably maybe all our members. In relation to the other applications, you say we haven't had any correspondence from applicant raising in relation to that there. I can see probably why you may have raised that, but might want to address the first two matters too that are before us anyway. But does anybody else want to come in and speak, or is there any views on that? Councillor Jackson, go ahead there.
No, I suppose I would concur. I know the application cites very well. I've got quite a lot of questions unanswered within the report. I think a predetermination hearing on both applications could potentially help me in a way have a better understanding or help me come to a more informed decision in relation to these. So I know I would certainly benefit from a predetermination hearing, and I suppose just for the operation of this committee, I know that there's a lot of issues that have been highlighted within the report. If we're going to discuss them, we could be here. It would be very difficult to get through the rest of the business. So to manage the other applications that are on, it makes complete sense. They have the dedicated predetermination hearings. They have a more detailed discussion. Fully concur with Councillor Boyle, and regardless of whether there's been representation, I think with a view of being consistent and taking a consistent approach, I know I would benefit from a predetermination hearing for the Woodside Road application as well. So I would be more than content to propose or second that we have a predetermination hearing for all three applications. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Jackson. And I think on that basis, what we've had the basis is that the correspondence has come from the applicants for the Crawley Road, but there wasn't any correspondence for Woodside Road. But on that basis, I probably need a proposal from either Councillor Boyle or yourself on that basis. But I think what we have to do, because of the planning protocol in relation to PDHs, we would just need the Woodside Road one. I think we just need to defer for the applicant to submit a letter or email to say that they need a PDH, and that's the administrative end of that done on me. But we can incorporate that into one proposal if he's wanting. Is that okay?
Chair, look, I was thinking that myself. Well, obviously the first two we've had requests, and we can grant those requests absolutely, and I'm proposing it, and Councillor Jackson I think is second that proposition. But yeah, I see the logic. Obviously, we can't dictate a PDH unless the applicant expresses a desire to have one. So if we defer this one now, seek that clarification as to whether that would be useful for them. And then if that is the case, then they'll have a PDH as well. It's just a proximity of all three together. And I think they're all, because they're all in the same neighbourhood, there's a relevance in the three of them in terms of provision of, it's mostly social housing actually, isn't it? All of them. So I'll propose that we do defer that one as well on the Woodside Road and take it as you suggest, move it forward on that basis.
I'll take that as a proposal, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Jackson.
Just for clarity, because I know Councillor Boyle said that a PDH is dependent on a request coming from the applicant. Is that true?
Sure does.
Because can we request a predetermination hearing on an application? And if so, I'm more than content to request that, regardless of what the applicant's desire is.
No, a request can come through us as well. This committee's open to getting as much information as it needs.
And on that basis, I'm content that we have a predetermination hearing to propose or second a predetermination hearing for all three of them.
Quite happy with that course of conduct, members. Any objections? Anybody want to speak? No? Well, that's passed, Emily. We can pick that only. So, members, that's items 5, 6 and 7 that have been deferred for PDHs. Any of the applicants or agents here in relation to items 5, 6 and 7, Mr. Kennedy or Ms. Jobin, whatever, those matters have been deferred now. You will hear from the planning officers in relation to dates for PDH, but you could obviously tie in the members or officers as well anyway, but those have been deferred now and adjourned from today's schedule anyway, so I hope that's okay. All right. I'm going to address anybody who's here objecting to those applications. I think there may be, let me check my list here, Mr. Hamill and Mr. Gallen. Ms. Gallen, as you've heard from the proceedings here, because these are major applications and they're quite, they could be quite lengthy and time consuming, the members have asked that to be put back for what's called the predetermination hearing. So in due course, you are objectors, you will be probably notified of the date from officers anyway, but they won't go ahead today. I thank you for coming anyway, but we didn't know that until members came today, until the matters were raised in that forum anyway. But thank you for coming, and the matters will be heard in due course. Okay, thank you. Members, the head of planning's got another couple of items she wants to raise in chair's business, so I'll go ahead, Maura.
Thank you, Chair. Members, I just wanted to alert you to the fact we sent around some correspondence before committee business, and it was the original letter as an action from last month. We were asked to write to the University of Ulster. We've also got the response letter back, and we've just circulated that around the committee members just as a reminder that's where that correspondence came from. Also, members, we have an administrative error just wanted to highlight in the pack. It's at item 13, which is on one of your confidential papers, but we will explain all that when we come to the item being presented, and it relates to just a site history, which is incorrect, but we will deal with that when it comes. It's just to highlight it now. And I think that's all I've got, Chair, just the running order now. Thank you.
Okay, members, before we go on the applications, I'm going to item number 6, matters arising from the open minutes of the planning committee meeting held on Wednesday, 10th of January 2024. Any matters raising? Or no. Number 7, any matters raising from the open minutes of the reconvened planning committee held on Thursday, 11th of January 2024. Any matters raising? No. Okay. Right, members, the running order is as follows, given that we've had 4 or 5 applications that have been deferred. Number 2 is the first one. Number 3, number 8, number 9, number 10, number 13, number 4, number 11, number 12, numbers 14 and 15.
The volume, go back to the volume. Click on the volume icon. That's it. Yeah.
Is there somebody online there? Could they kindly mute their buttons, please? Thank you.
Unmute.
No, that's for that application. Apparently this table isn't correct, and that's where the planners got.
Hello, hello. Is anybody online there? Could you check your mic? You might be. You're speaking to the committee now, so you're. Okay, members, I'm going to kick off now. First application is item number 2. That's LA 11 2018 1166F, and that's a residential development of 16 units. And they are at 8A to 10 Perhen Road, Derry. And Andre's going to take that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Item 2 is LA 11 2018 1166F. It's a residential development of 16 dwelling units comprising 1 single-storey detached bungalow, 1 2-storey detached townhouse, 4 2-storey semi-detached townhouses, and a 2-storey apartment block with 3rd floor mansard roof accommodation with new internal access road and associated site works. And there's also an external lift located at the rear of the apartment block to offer disability compliant access from the apartment block to the raised car parking facility at the rear. And that's at 8A and 10 Perhen Road. And the recommendation is to approve. So members, the site is located off Perhen Road. The site was historically used for quarrying and a concrete works. And there's also a builder's yard historically on the site. And there is an existing vacant dwelling at number 10, just adjacent to Perhen Road. So this is just an aerial photograph of the site as it presently stands. And then the next slide there is just a view of the application site from the junction of Perhen Road and Hillview Avenue. And the next slide is a view towards, a view of the application site looking from Hillview Avenue towards Perhen Road. The site's just on the right-hand side there. And then the next slide is a view towards the site when approaching from the junction of Perhen Road, just off the Victoria Road. And you can see just the garage, which is adjacent to the site, and a 2.5-storey house just to the rear of that. So members, this is a proposed block plan. There are 10 dwellings proposed, and they consist of 2 detached and 8 semi-detached. All these dwellings are accessed via Hillview Avenue, and there's a grass and landscaped area proposed between the dwellings and Hillview Road. The apartment building is located adjacent to Perhen Road on the site of the existing dwelling, and parking is to the rear of the building and access is through an existing right-of-way between the proposed apartment building and the adjacent garage site. So this slide just shows the elevation of the proposed apartment building, and the house type C is the detached townhouse. And then the next slide just shows the elevations of the semi-detached dwellings, and the bottom slide is the chalet bungalow. And the chalet bungalow is located adjacent to number 4 Hillview Avenue. So members, during the processing of the application, 3 objections from the same person were received, and they raised issues with regards to land ownership and a right-of-way adjacent to the proposed apartment building, road traffic issues, overdevelopment of the site, lack of amenity space, and scale and character, or scale and height was out of character. So officers have considered the objections, and the detail is contained within the case officer report. Just in summary, the applicant has served notice on the objector through the submitted P2 certificate as part of the application for part of the land contained within the application site. Officers during the processing of the application have consulted with DFI Roads, and they have raised no concerns regarding road safety of the access, given that it will only serve 6 apartments and will have minimal traffic movements. And the access to the apartment building will remain private. The access to the dwellings off Hillview Avenue and the internal road to access those will be adopted. Officers also considered the provision of 10 dwellings in one apartment building on the site is in keeping with the density and character of the surrounding area. All dwellings have adequate private amenity space, and a grass landscaped area is provided around the apartment building and to the front of the site adjacent to Hillview Avenue. And the proposed dwellings are 2-storey in height with 1 chalet bungalow adjacent to 4 Hillview Avenue. The scale and height of the apartment building has been reduced during the processing of the application and is considered by officers to be acceptable at this location. So members, during the processing of the application, we consulted those people just shown on the slide: NIEA, Drainage, Water Management Unit, Natural Environment Division, Regulation Unit, SES, Locks Agency, Environmental Health, DFI Rivers, DFI Roads and NI Water. None of the consultees have raised any objections to the proposed development subject to conditions. The application has been assessed against the Dairy Area Plan, the SPPS and Plan Policy Statements 2, 3, 7 and 15, as well as creating placements, which is guidance. So therefore, members, it is considered that the proposed development complies with the area plan and relevant planning policy. The objections have been considered and all consultees are content with the proposal subject to conditions and/or informatives. And these are all detailed in the planning report, and therefore the application is recommended for approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Andre. Members, the applicant's agent is online here. On the basis of anybody wants to ask any questions, they can. If not, no. Okay, does anybody have any questions for the officer? No. Over to you, members. Councillor Fleming.
I'd just like to say I welcome the application and I'm happy to propose that we accept the officer's recommendation and approve.
Thank you, Councillor Fleming. Do the seconder. Councillor Boyd.
Yeah, I second that, Chair. And again, share Councillor Fleming's view. Very straightforward, nothing too terribly complicated about it. So again, content to second that proposal.
Thank you, members. Maura, we've got a proposer, Councillor Fleming, seconder, Councillor Boyd, for the application to approve. If you could take us through a vote, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. It's item 2, and this is a proposal to accept officer's recommendation to approve. Alderman Derek Hussey. Alderman Hussey. Alderman Keith Kerrigan. I think he's...
Abstain, Maura, as I had missed the start of the
yes,
presentation.
that's great, thank you. Alderman Neary McMorris.
Happy to approve.
4. Councillor Jason Barr.
4.
Councillor John Boyle. Okay. Councillor Sean Fleming.
10.
Okay. Councillor Paul Gallagher. I stepped out. Councillor Christopher Jackson. Stepped out. Councillor Fergal Leonard.
Oh.
Okay. Councillor Rory McHugh.
I'm all right.
Okay. Councillor Sean Mooney.
4.
Okay. Councillor Patrick Murphy. Okay. Councillor Lillian Barr isn't here. And Councillor Grace O'Neillis. Okay. So it's unanimous.
Okay, members, that application's passed. There's no dissent on it, so that's, thank you, members. Next item of business is application item number 3. LA 11 2020 0486. That's Drumahoe Junction A6 services with associated facilities and associated access and landscaping, provision of proposed development access, including a new roundabout at Lismacarroll roundabout, at Lismacarroll, Boonland, Drumahoe, and that would be Rosie taking that. Thank you, Rosie.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. Item 3 is LA 11 2020 04860 for Drumahoe Junction A6 services with associated facilities, including a filling station, car wash, cafe, restaurant, shop, tourist information, toilets, an ATM, etc., an amenity picnic area, parking for cars, caravans and motorhomes, coaches and lorries, and associated access and landscaping, with an increase in the red line to include the land required for a new roundabout. And this is at lands at Lismacarroll roundabout, 150 metres east of 4 Lismacarroll Road and south of 20 Tornagrough Road, Drumahoe. The application is before members as it falls into the category of major development, and the recommendation is to approve. So members, you'll be aware from the planning. Sorry, members, bear with me. The application, you'll be aware from the report that the application was previously before committee in June 2021 and March 2022 with a recommendation to refuse permission on roads grounds. And then following the committee in March 22, the roads issues were resolved and the application was returned to committee in March 2023 with a recommendation to approve. At the meeting in March 23, committee members heard representation from Mr Blackwood on behalf of the River Foghorn Anglers. And Mr Blackwood raised concerns which are addressed in the planning report and which we summarise later in the presentation. So officers are now in a position to return the application to committee for decision. So the site is located in the countryside outside the development limits of the city and Drumahoe. And the site is currently in agricultural use. It's generally flat and rises towards its southern boundary. The site boundaries are defined by hedging, and the site is bounded to the west by phase 1 of the A6 dual carriageway and the newly constructed Lismacarroll roundabout, which you can see here on the site location map. At this stage, phase 2, which is shown on the location map there to the north of the A6, won't be provided this stage due to funding, so traffic will continue to progress into Drumahoe and into the city. There's a number of dwellings, as you can see there, at Tornagrough Road and at Lismacarroll. And to the east and south, there's agricultural lands and buildings. This slide just shows an indicative layout for the development, showing where the pumps are and the proposed shop and restaurant facilities, and then the parking area to the rear. So this slide just shows the planning policy context, which is set out in the planning report. And this is a summary of the consultation, the consultee responses, and you'll see that there's no objections subject to conditions. We've received objections to the application, and in summary, these raise issues relating to road safety, the need for the location in the green belt, noise issues, visual impact, and environmental matters. And again, these are detailed, the responses from officers are detailed in the planning report. We've also received a number of points of support for the application, such as that it'll be the only facility of its type in the Northwest. It will provide improved service provision for HGV drivers and for motorhome users. It'll bring economic benefits. It will enhance road safety by bringing a high standard of welfare facilities, and the proposed facility will complement the new road network. So policy IC15 of the planning strategy for rural Northern Ireland provides the policy specifically for roadside service facilities on the trunk road network. And there's 3 main considerations under this policy, and these are need, vehicular access, and the location, siting and design of the development. So in respect of need, policy states that in normal circumstances, it's considered reasonable to expect a driver to travel at least 12 miles along the main traffic route before reaching a filling station or service station. and proposals for new facilities within 12 miles won't normally be acceptable. So a need for the facility has to be demonstrated. So the planning report sets out the existing filling stations identified on the trunk road network, comprising the A2, the A5 and the A6, which all converge at the city. And the location of several other local facilities are also set out in the report. So the policy test in respect of need for the proposed facility centres on a 12-mile separation between services along the main road. And there are a number of service and filling stations located along the A2, A5 and A6 that are within 12 miles of the application site. So officers have considered the services available on the A6 at present and the distances to the proposed service station of a similar scale and nature. In supporting information provided by the applicant, the nearest service station on the A6 is at Dungiven, which is 16 miles from the application site. And after this, it's the Texo service station in the Glenshane Road at the bottom of the Glenshane Pass, which is approximately 26 miles from the application site. So when travelling then from Belfast towards Derry, you have the Apple Green when you're leaving Belfast, and then no other services on the trunk road network until you get to the bottom of the Glenshane Pass, and again at Dungiven if motorists come off the A6. So officers should consider that in respect of the distances between the roadside service facilities on the A6, the applicant has demonstrated that there's a need for the facility at this location. Officers acknowledge that the application proposes a comprehensive new facility for cars, motorhomes and HGV drivers, and officers attach weight to the argument presented by the applicant. The facilities available at the existing filling stations do not provide the range of facilities proposed by this application. The proposal is located to cater for the needs of road users on one of the region's most important key transport corridors running between the Northwest and Belfast. There's no service facilities on the A6 currently between Drumahoe and Dungiven, as the service station at Claudy on the A6 was demolished to make way for the A6 dualling, and that isn't being replaced. And the service station at Drumahoe is now offline with the opening of the A6. There's a distinction between petrol filling stations and the service station, and the proposal is designed with all the services that long-distance travellers expect in a strategic roadside service facility. So on balance, officers consider that the proposal complies with policy in respect of need. In respect of retail impact, the policy states that petrol filling stations should remain secondary to the main use of the petrol filling station. So a retail assessment was submitted by the applicant, which sets out in more detail the floor area allocation within the proposed building. So the floor area is limited to 245 square metres, and this is considered a modest retail floor area which would not be likely to impact on the vitality or viability of existing centres within the settlement development limits. The remaining floor area is allocated to the provision of food, seating and rest areas. In respect of economic development, it's set out in supporting statements provided by the applicant that the proposal will result in approximately 80 construction jobs, 50 jobs when it's operational. It represents an investment of 7.2 million. It will provide contracts to local suppliers and provide rates income for the council of about 110,000 per year. So officers have no reason to dispute these figures. In respect then of traffic impact, Policy AMP2 of PPS3 requires new accesses onto the public road should not prejudice road safety or significantly inconvenience the flow of traffic. The application was presented to committee in June 21 and March 22 with a recommendation to refuse on roads grounds. But after the meeting in March 22, 4 further submissions of road plans were submitted. So it's now proposed to provide a second roundabout on Tornagrough Road. The slide here, the aerial photograph you can see there shows the existing Liz McCarroll Road, and the plans beside it just shows the second roundabout that's proposed now for access into the site. As a result, the Gartiga Road will be realigned where it joins the roundabout onto Bracken Road, and there'll be new accesses in front of 20 to 28 to Bracken Road. DFI Roads advises that the transport impact is considered acceptable. The plans submitted are sufficient to demonstrate that an access to the site can be provided from Bracken Road via the new roundabout or via a new roundabout into the site. And a stage 1 safety audit has been concluded, and there's a condition requiring stage 2, 3 and 4 road safety audits on completion of construction of the access. So subject to conditions, DFI Roads has no further objection to the development, and officers are satisfied that safe and convenient access to and from the site can be achieved. In respect of parking, the plans show that there's 147 spaces for cars, lorries, coaches and motorhomes. Sorry. And it's considered that given the area of the site that adequate parking can be provided. In respect then of the location, siting and design, the applicant and agent state that the proposed services must by its nature be located by the road that it serves. So in this case, the site is located in the countryside, but it's as close as possible to the settlement development limits of the city. The nature of the development, which includes movements of coaches and heavy goods vehicles around the clock, could not satisfactorily be located in a town or village with nearby residential properties. In respect of integration and design, as the applications for outline consent and indicative site layout is provided, which indicates a building located to the north of the site, and then the parking located to the rear. So you'll see from this slide, just in the background there, that the ground levels to the east of the site, the southeast of the site, rise, and there's intervening field boundaries and hedges which define the boundaries of the site, which will be retained and augmented. So it's considered that a building of an appropriate scale will integrate into the landscape. The rural characters changed markedly at this location given the opening of the A6 dual carriageway. So taking account of the location on the outskirts of the city, it's adjacent to the new A6 and the new park and ride facility. The filling station won't be considered incongruous at this location and won't cause a detrimental change to the rural character of the area. In respect of environmental issues, it's proposed to discharge stormwater to the watercourse on the northern boundary of outside the site via a SUD scheme as well, and discharge to the watercourse requires consent from DFI Rivers, and a condition is recommended in respect of this consent. Discharge consent is also required from NIEA Water Management Unit, and SES has assessed an outline construction environmental management plan and is content with the measures that are proposed in it to, in respect of drainage from the site, and there's a condition recommended in respect of this. And that must be agreed before works commence on site. You'll note from the report regarding sewage disposal that at present there's incapacity in the foul sewer network, so the applicant proposes to deal with sewage by means of a cesspool for a temporary period until connection to the foul sewer is agreed with NI Water. A cesspool is a sealed unit with no discharges, so NIEA and SES are satisfied there'll be no impact on the designated site. In respect of nitrogen dioxide due to vehicle emissions, this has been assessed in respect of the impact on the River Faughan SAC, and an air quality screening assessment was submitted by the agent and assessed by NIEA and SES. So NIEA advises that the River Faughan is approximately 500 metres from the proposed development, and impacts from nitrogen dioxide on the road development are screened out at a distance of 200 metres. So NIEA are content that the proposal will not significantly impact on designated sites, and SES has no objection in this regard. As I said earlier, hedges are going to be retained and there'll be further augmentation to these. So it's considered that it's unlikely that there'll be significant impact on priority or protected species, and again, subject to condition. Just back to on that foul sewer issue, again, we've assessed the proposal against policy CTY 16 of PPS 21. It's the cesspool is only proposed on a temporary basis, but it's a sealed unit with no discharges. It will be regularly emptied by a licensed contractor, and on this basis, NIEA, NI Water and SAS have no objection subject to condition. Officers are satisfied that because it's a sealed unit with no discharges, that the development will not create or add to a pollution problem. NI Water is also advised that assessment of water and sewage infrastructure in the Drumahoe area is ongoing. A solution engineering report is issued, and NI Water will likely be able to agree a solution with the applicant once all required checks and designs have been completed. So it would be anticipated in the longer run that the site will connect then to the main sewage, the main sewers. Contaminated land was assessed by through a preliminary risk assessment, and NIEA regulation unit and environmental health have no concerns regarding risks to environmental receptors and human health. In respect of climate change, the development is considered against the SPPS, mitigating and adapting to climate change. So officers acknowledge that vehicles contribute to greenhouse gas emissions and climate change. In respect of this development, it is considered that whilst it is likely that it will attract some traffic from the city and its hinterland, it will predominantly provide a range of services for traffic that's already passing on the public road network. For this reason, it is not considered that the development itself will add significantly to greenhouse gas emissions. It's noted also that the development proposes electric charging points. As this is an outline application citing design and layout of the development, its energy and heat requirements and the use of energy efficient and renewable energy systems can be considered in detail at reserved matter stage. And the development proposes green infrastructure in the form of hedge retention and augmented landscaping, and also proposes the use of sustainable drainage to reduce flood risk and improve water quality. Just in respect of flood risk, given that the amount of hard surfacing that's proposed within the site, a drainage assessment was submitted. And NI Water advises that there's no public storm sewer available to serve the site, so the applicant proposes to address stormwater discharge by means of suds and discharge to a watercourse 110 metres north of the site. The drainage assessment concludes that these attenuation measures will adequately mitigate flood risk. The development will not increase flood risk downstream, and consent from DFI Rivers is required to discharge to a watercourse, and a condition is recommended requiring an updated consent for discharge from DFI Rivers. And DFI Rivers are satisfied with the conclusions of the drainage assessment. We've considered residential amenity in respect of noise, odour, light pollution and air pollution, and we've assessed a number of reports in respect of noise impact, odour and lighting. And EHD, environmental health, have no objections subject to conditions. We've also given consideration to air pollution and the impact on human health. And the air quality screening assessment that was submitted concludes that the effect is not considered to be significant in respect of human health, and environmental health agree with that conclusion. Regarding the cesspool, environmental health advises that in principle, a properly constructed and maintained cesspool should not lead to environmental, amenity or public health problems. Environmental health recommend a condition requiring that the cesspool is designed with sufficient capacity, constructed, installed and maintained to prevent discharge of sewage, and that the cesspool is fitted with a high-level warning device. And officers satisfied that such a condition is reasonable and necessary to protect public health. Regarding odour, the location of the cesspool will be approximately 83 metres from the nearest residential property. So given that distance, amenity is unlikely to be impacted. And then amenity from other issues such as overshadowing and overlooking are considered not to be an issue, given again the distance to the residential properties. In conclusion, members, whilst the filling station is within 12 metres or 12 miles, of proposed other existing facilities, there's no roadside facilities within this distance along the A6 offering the range of facilities proposed under this application. In respect of location, siting and design, these can be achieved and we'll get the detailed design at reserved matter stage. It has been demonstrated that safe access can be achieved, and the proposal has also demonstrated that it won't have a significant impact on natural heritage, flood risk, residential amenity, environmental considerations. So approval is recommended subject to the conditions set out in the report. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Rosie, for that comprehensive presentation. Members, we have the applicant who's here in person and the agent as well. We have also Malachi Kearney and Arlene Jameson for your benefit from SES. And we also Mr. Dean Blackwood, who is online and who's an objector. So I'm going to ask Mr. Blackwood to come in now. Mr. Blackwood, you have 5 minutes to present to the committee. And if you'd like to start now, we can hear the committee can hear you now. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Could I first make the point that, or reiterate the point, the fact that when we appeared at the previous planning committee in March 2023, it was not our intention to object, so we were not objectors. Essentially what we were highlighting were concerns about the assessment process. As always, our primary concerns are with the safeguarding of a river and ensuring that the effects of development are properly assessed in accordance with policies and environmental law. Unfortunately, our voluntary organisation has had to intervene far too often when professional assessments presented to this planning committee fall well short of what is reasonable to expect from a planning department. After the publication of the planning report and habitats regulations assessments in March, it became evident that fundamental environmental policy considerations had not been taken into account as part of the original report recommending approval. And that is something that should give members real cause for concern. That said, while there are still planning questions remaining with the revised report, these are of a more overarching nature and outside River Faughan anglers' direct remit, given the location of the proposal. Therefore, River Faughan anglers raises no further objection to the proposal. However, members should not interpret this as there being no issues with the revised report before you. Therefore, I leave the committee not with an objection, but with the following observation on this council's approach to climate change and development management, as I do envisage this is a significant matter that will arise again in the near future. The revised Planning Committee report has sought to address the initial omissions of climate change as a material planning consideration. It does so by addressing the climate change policies contained in the Strategic Planning Policy Statement. However, it does not address the fact that since the SPPS was published in 2015, tackling climate change has become a legislative requirement and a priority consideration in the context of the works and functions of the Department for Infrastructure, other departments, and the wider public sector. Those are not my words. That is a recent statement from the Department for Infrastructure, the body charged with oversight of planning in Northern Ireland. Therefore, given the omission from the Planning Committee report, it would be prudent for members to seek assurance that the Climate Change Act Northern Ireland 2022 is not a material consideration for this council in this case. That's me, thanks.
Okay, Mr. Blagg, thank you for that correction, Naomi, and many thanks for your observations towards the committee. I'm going to ask if any of the members wish to ask you any questions. Members? No questions, Mr. Blagg, but thank you for presenting to the today. And if you wish to stay online and hear what the decision is, that's a matter for yourself. But again, thank you. I'm going to move on now, and I'm going to ask the agent and the applicant to come forward. Thank you. Mr. Dalzell and Mr. Chambers, thank you for coming. You've got 5 minutes between you, so obviously, so the floor is yours. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. I'm David Dalzell, Chartered Landscape Architect, Planning Consultant, and the agent for the application. I'm accompanied by the applicant, Gordon Chambers. Thank you, Rosie, first of all, for the comprehensive summary of the report. And we're here primarily to support the Professional Planning Officer's recommendation to approve this application, but it might be worth recapping just some of the main features of this proposal. This is a proposal for a trunk road service area offering a broad range of facilities for the benefit of all users of the A6. With phase 1 of the dual carriageway now operational, there's a unique opportunity to provide appropriate services at this location for a Drumahoe junction Lismacar roundabout. This is a 7.2 million scheme with a convenience shop, hot food, extended hours of operation, truck and coach parking, welfare facilities for drivers to wash, change, rest and refresh, and these are critical for road safety. Recently, we've seen particular challenges faced by the haulage industry because of driver shortages, and a lack of proper facilities on the road network is a major issue. But all road users, including local people and tourists visiting the city and the Northwest, will benefit from this proposal, not just commercial drivers. There will be facilities for caravans, motorhome tourists, a play area for children and a picnic area. The proposal has support from industry, transport groups, camper van groups and local people. We have demonstrated clear indication of need for this type of facility at this location. The location, siting and integration have been deemed acceptable with no adverse impact on the countryside. It is acceptable in respect to natural heritage, archaeology, flood risk, residential amenity and environment. It is acceptable to DFI roads, both the local roads office and the strategic roads improvement team. All issues raised by the objector have been addressed to the satisfaction of environmental health, NIA, SES and NI Water. Members voted on this application on the 27th of March 2023 and the outcome was unanimous support. Since then, April 2023, the opening of the A6 dual carriageway has been full to this point, and the urgent need for these services is evident and even more pressing. So thank you. We're available for questions, but we ask that the committee approves this application today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dazelle. Members, any questions for Mr. Dazelle or Mr. Chambers?
Chair.
Who's that?
Alderman Kerrigan, apologies. I couldn't just get the chat box quick enough.
Yeah, go ahead, Alderman Kerrigan. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Nothing in particular here as regards as the agent has stated. This when it came up before it was approved by the committee. Just a couple of wee very small questions there. Are we content, or and I suppose it's one for the agent, but it's also one then for the planners, in regards to there are residents living in the area, and again you're looking to have this facility here as really a facility for, as mentioned there, for lorry drivers which need to stay overnight as regard to their driving limitations, camper vans as mentioned, and various items there. I suppose there are 2 points there. Is this envisaged that this store may well be a 24-hour store? Maybe I've missed that. It's just the like of, there are those, there's similar, I'm going to use an example. There are similar type of facility in my mind would be I suppose the Apple Green services, up out, there's ones in the M2 and the ones in the M1, but there's a double pairing on the M1 there outside Belfast. Now, again, effectively the shop and the store is closed about 10 o'clock, but you'll still have those vehicles and those lorries are staying overnight on site. That's one question on it. But also the question then, I suppose the question following on from that, when there are going to be vehicles which are staying overnight, are we content with the residential amenity for those residents in that area in regards to the lights of lorries that are coming out onto that roundabout, and in regards to, is there enough screening in regards to the lights in the middle of the night effectively, or the noise level, the potential? I know it was, and some of the objectors had raised in regards to triple glazing, and I know that's sort of been the environmental health are saying it's not needed, but it's the case of, are you content there's enough in that? And if it does fall out, I know there's to be a period of time whereby it's to be assessed when it is operational. You are content that if remedial action is required, that you would be willing to stand over that? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Alderman Kerrigan. David, do you want to come on there? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Just on the point of the community, we did, because this is a major application, we did undertake community consultation at the outset. And what was interesting from that was actually the support in the local community and the positive feedback that we got. The houses that are across the Tornagrough Road from the site, in one sense, have become a little bit isolated from their local amenities because of the dual carriageway. And some of the residents had asked me the question, would this shop, convenience store, be available for local residents to use? Could they buy a pint of milk? Could they go down there and buy a loaf of bread? And could they get a job here? So that was a very positive thing, and not quite something that we expected. In terms of the practical aspects, the lorry park, for example, is situated at the back of the site, the farthest part from the local residences. The building is set back from the road as well, quite a considerable distance. They will be noise bunding on the drawings, is showing noise screening around the northern perimeter between the site and the local residences, and that has been through, we have done full noise assessments there, calculations of background noise, proposed noise levels, and those noise amelioration features have been designed to take that into account. So we're perfectly satisfied that the conditions from environmental health in terms of noise can be met and can be achieved.
Thank you, David. Happy enough, Alderman Kerrigan?
Yeah, no, that seems grand. It's just, as I say, if it does transpire that remedial action is required, as long as they're committed that they will deal with it. But as I say, I know he's within his parameters, and I say from the report, you know, I'm content enough. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Alderman Kerrigan. Any more members have questions for applicant or agent? No, we move on to questions for Rosie. If anybody's got any questions for Rosemary.
Chair, please.
Yeah, go ahead, Alderman Kerrigan.
Thank you. Effectively, kind of the same question, Rosie. From my inclination there, I thought there would be a period of time that these things would be assessed, and if it is assessed that maybe the noise levels are slightly higher or they're over limitations and that, what power have we got, or is that an environmental health end of things? Is that for individuals to report, or is there going to be any assessment when the site is up and running? Just clarification. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Alderman Kerrigan. Rosie, if you can try and answer that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kerrigan. Just noting from, you know, what Environmental Health had said, that they assessed a noise report that took into consideration, you know, the traffic leaving the site, but in respect of the new roundabout as well. And they were satisfied that the noise impact, you know, was acceptable. We've also put on conditions, as you say, you know, requiring further verification of noise once the facility is up and running. So if the noise impact that's, you know, in that assessment is exceeded, then Environmental Health do have powers under their legislation to require that mitigation is taken. Does that answer your question?
Thank you, Rosie. As I say, I've nothing against the application per se. It's just that slight concern just for the residents that are living there. And as I say, I do take on board the points made by the agent that it was, you know, it'll be a benefit to the community and potential jobs and local facilities, but just confirming, just getting clarification. Thank you, Rosie. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Alderman Kerrigan. Thank you, Rosie, for clarifying that for Alderman Kerrigan. I don't see any other expressions of interest. Oh, Councillor Jackson, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Rosie, for a comprehensive report. And was covered well in the presentation. But just picking up on the point that was raised by Mr. Blackwood, is there any comment in relation to that? I know it's contained within the report that the habitats regulations assessment was carried out, that EIA was carried out, but there's still criticism. We've heard the criticism in relation to perceived failings from the planning department. So I feel that it's only right to ask for some sort of a response from, because it contained within the report, we have been given the assurances that these assessments have been carried out. The adequate level, but it's still, as we've heard from Mr. Blackwood, that he remains to be satisfied. So is there any comment from planners in that regard? Thanks, sir.
Go ahead, Rosemary, do you want, or do you want, or is she wants to come in there? Philip, yeah, go ahead, Philip.
Yeah, Chair, through you, obviously we're dealing with the application in front of us, and as Mr. Blackwood has indicated in relation to this particular application, he has no further objection in relation to the matter. Certainly Mr. Blackwood has in the past raised complaints with the council in relation to the way in which planning applications have been handled. Those complaints are taken through the usual processes, and we can provide further information to members in relation to those complaints and how those matters have been addressed in due course if members want, perhaps either through a paper to this committee or to another committee in due course.
Well, I would appreciate and welcome. I would welcome a further information. And I suppose I'm more than content to take a decision on this today, based on the information that was provided. There's been nothing that was suggested by Mr. Blackwood that would would leave me in a position that I couldn't take a decision today, but I just thought I would reference that and give officers an opportunity to respond.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. I think City Solicitor has responded anyway. Councillor Barr, yeah.
Just, Chair, I'm happy to make a proposal. If you're
Right, just come to that now, Councillor Barr. Just give me, we're just not quite there yet. Thank you. Okay. Right. Okay, members, when we go on here, obviously, I don't see anybody indicating to come in. So, but Councillor Barr, we're at that stage now. It's over to the floor. So, you wish to come in and make a proposal? Go ahead.
Yep, just where everything that's been said throughout all the questions, I'm satisfied that we accept the officer's recommendation to approve this application.
Thank you for that, Councillor Barr. Councillor Boyle.
Simply to second the proposal, I agree. Evidently, if I'm going to second it, there are many positives in relation to this application. I congratulate you on your foresight and your ambition in relation to this, not least because of the significant job creation that it brings into that part of the city, and that's important. And I would imagine the council will also welcome the rates that will come from it, which were mentioned briefly in the officer's report. So again, Chair, content to second the proposal to approve.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Okay, that's proposal by Councillor Barr, seconded by Councillor Boyle to accept the officer's recommendation. Maura, would like to take a vote, please.
Okay, members, this is item 3, and Alderman Derek Hussey.
For the proposal, I had voted on the previous one in the chat box, by the way.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. Alderman Keith Kerrigan.
Or Maura.
Thank you. Alderman Neary McMorris.
Or Maura.
Thank you, Neary. Councillor Jason Barr.
Or.
Thank you. Councillor John Boyle. Thank you. Councillor Sean Fleming.
Tam.
Thank you. Councillor Paul Gallagher. He's not here. Councillor Christopher Jackson. Thank you. Councillor Fergal Leonard. Thank you. Councillor Rory McHugh.
Maura.
Thank you, Rory. Councillor Sean Mooney. Thank you. Councillor Patrick Murphy. Thank you. Councillor Sheena Barr. Sina Barr. I know, but she can't come in. Okay. Councillor Grace O'Neillis.
Thank
you.
Okay, members, that's unanimous. Councillor Jackson, do you want to come in? Sorry, I missed you. I apologize.
No problem at all. Chair, I just want to declare an interest in item number 2. I left the meeting during that point, and it was just to have it on the record that I did attend a meeting with officers in relation to a previous application on that particular site. So just to be completely to be safe and to be on the safe side, I don't necessarily leave the meeting at that point. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. I'll be noted, and I appreciate you informing the committee on that, Emily. That matter has been approved, gentlemen, so thank you for coming to the committee. Thank you, Mr. Blackwood, and thank you to Malagi and Erling from SAS for attending as well tonight, but that matter is now approved, so thank you very much for coming today.
Chair,
Yes,
I do apologise, Chair. Just very, very briefly, you wouldn't mind just running through the running order, just the numbers. Apologies because I missed the start. I was at a funeral, so sorry about that, Chair.
Okay, next now we'll be dealing with number 8.
Thank you.
Number 9, number 10, 13, 4, 11, 12, 14, 15.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you
You're
very
welcome.
much.
You're welcome. Okay, members, next application is number 8 on your list, and that is LA 11 2023 1748 S54. Variation of conditions of approved application that lands at Drumahoe Industrial Street, Drumahoe, Derry. And that is Sarah. Thank you, Sarah.
Thanks, Chair. Application LA 11 2023 1748 is a Section 54 application which seeks to vary conditions 14, 15, 16 and 19 of approved application E 2014-0035 reserved matters. The site is on lands of Drumahoe Industrial Estate and officer's recommendation is to approve. That is the site location plan and aerial photograph of the site. The site is on lands at Drumahoe Industrial Estate and planning permission was granted on appeal for 164 residential dwellings in April 2023. So this application, the conditions that were placed on the decision really relate to the approved private streets determination drawn. So the proposal is to vary the PSD conditions and really just to change the drawn reference number to reflect the new private streets determination drawn. Now, the proposed amendments on the PSD relate to retaining and extending the existing cycleway and footway on Drumahoe Road, and the layout now includes a 3-metre wide combined cycleway and footway along the site frontage extending to the western side of Ardlock Road. So all other aspects of the approved PSD plan remain unchanged, and the access and internal roads all remain as per the approved layout and approved PSD drawn, and it won't impact on any other aspect of the approved development. So officers have considered the changes to the PSD in consultation with DFI Roads and have no objection to the variation of the conditions. The revised PSD drawing is acceptable. The proposal complies with PPS 3 and the amendments are designed to adoptable standards and would not prejudice road safety. Officers therefore recommend the conditions 14, 15, 16 and 19 should be varied, and then all other conditions relating to the reserved matters permission are still applicable and would be repeated in the decision notice, and this is set out in the officer's report. So recommendation is to approve. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Sarah, for that there. Members, Mr. Bryson, who is the agent for the applicant, is online if anybody wishes to ask any questions. If not, you'll note that there is a recommendation to approve. So, go ahead, Councillor Jackson.
I have no questions.
Go ahead.
I have no questions for officer.
Yeah, we can move on anyway, so yeah.
Morning, content to propose that we accept officer recommendation.
10 seconds.
Thank you. Take us to the vote there, Mara, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Members, this is item 8, and this is proposal to accept the officer recommendation. It's Alderman Derek Hussey.
For.
Thank you. Alderman Keith Kerrigan.
For Mara.
Thank you. Alderman Neary McMorris.
For Mara.
Councillor Jason Barr.
For.
Okay. Councillor John Boyle. Councillor Sean Fleming. Councillor Paul Gallagher. Not abstain. Okay.
Sorry, Chair, I wasn't in.
Councillor Christopher Jackson. Thank you. Councillor Fergal Leonard. Okay. Councillor Rory McHugh. Okay. Councillor Sean Mooney. Thank you. Councillor Patrick Murphy. Thank you. Councillor Lillian Chinois Farr. Sorry. Councillor Grace O'Neillis. Chair.
Thank you, Mara. No dissent there. So that's been approved. We're going to move on to the next.
Chair, before you do,
Yes,
Councillor Sinai Barr's been called a couple of times. I note that she said in the chat box online but can't vote today. Could it be clarified? Could it be a case that the relevant training or lack of the relevant training is preventing her actually from voting?
Yes, Alderman. I'll say we are aware of that, but we still have to call out her name, and she can abstain on the vote. We are aware that she hasn't had her training yet. She's new to committee, so well, thank you for.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Right, next application members, LA 11 2022-0579F. Erection of agricultural shed and retention of existing concrete structure, Doherty's Farm, 31A Bigwood Road, Glenkeen Townland, Ardmore, Derry, and the recommendation is to refuse. And Malachy's taking that. Thank you, Malachy.
Thank you, Chair. Item 9, LA 11 2022-0579 is a full application for erection of agricultural shed and retention of existing concrete structure at Doherty's Farm, 31A Bigwood Road, Ardmore. The application site is outlined in red. It is adjacent to an existing farm yard and 2 residential properties accessed off the laneway off the Bigwood Road, which is in the Ardmore area, which is outside the development limits of the city and Ardmore and located within the countryside. So the application site is outlined in red here. You'll get an idea of the location from these overhead views and from photographs looking from the Bigwood Road up towards the site. You have the applicant's existing property dwelling here. You have an unconnected dwelling residential property here at 31A. And then you also have, 31 Bigwood Road, and you also have a number of existing agricultural sheds associated with the applicant's farm, both to the north of the applicant's site, immediately here to the north, and also beyond the adjacent property. Again, this image is helpful and get an understanding of the layout of the site. Again, the proposed shed and the existing structure that has been retained is indicated here in the centre of the block plan. The third-party residence just beyond that, and the existing 4 sheds and the applicant's farmhouse. These are the proposed drawings of the shed. So the existing structure referred to in the application description is a concrete structure, which is, you can see at the bottom here, and then the additional shed is shown here also in the images. So just to give an idea of how it looks outside now, this is the existing concrete structure on site, and in this photograph here you can see the unconnected property. And again, this is a view from the road. Looking from left to right, you have the applicant's house. Shed 1 is referred to in the report. Shed 2, proposed, the base of the proposed shed, the third party dwelling, shed 3 and shed 4. So the policy context is set out in the case officer report. Includes the Derry Area Plan, the SBPS, PPS 21, PPS 2 and PPS 3. There have been 48 letters of objection from 8 separate individuals. These are contained in the case officer report, and the consideration of these objections is also contained in the case officer report. A number of the objections relate to the previous use of the concrete structure in relation to being used as a slurry tank. There's also concerns about the proposed use in terms of concerns of noise and nuisance from the shed in terms of the unconnected property, fears of fire hazard, and other concerns in relation to the use of the laneway and the need for the shed and the land being sold off, and how that's connected to the need for the shed. There's been 1 letter of support received also from the Ulster Farmers Union, and stating that the shed is needed and is required for the storage of machinery and will allow the farm to remain viable. So the main crux of the case here for the erection of a new agricultural shed is contained within PPS 21. CTUA 1 outlines a number of types of development which are allowable in the countryside under planning policy. CTUA 1 then will signpost you to the relevant criteria. In this case, for a farm shed, it is CTUA 12 and also CTUA 10. CTUA 10 mainly deals with whether the proposed holding is active and established. The applicant has submitted information in the form of a P1C form and farm maps, and we've consulted DERA. DERA have confirmed that the business is currently active and established and has been for the last 6 years. So respect of that aspect of CTY 12 and CTY 10, officers are satisfied that there's an active and established holding at Doherty's Farm. CTY 12 then deals with the particular criteria for the need for a shed, for an agricultural shed in the countryside. One of the tests within CTY 12 that it has to be necessary for the efficient use of the agricultural holding. Supporting information from the applicant advises the applicant needs the shed to store farm vehicles, mainly and our farm equipment out of elements. And also there is an aspect in relation to security. There are a number of sheds existing on the site. On the day that case officers visit the site, the observations were that shed 1 was used for storage of sheep and has pens within it, with sheep on the day of the site visit. Shed 2, the cattle pens at the top end with a few cattle in them. The main section of the shed was clear other than a hay bale that was being used for feed, and pens and separating systems for section of the shed. The lower end of the shed also had pens that were vacant on the day of the site visit. Shed 3 was at the lower end of the shed, had workbenches, tools and generator. The upper part of the shed had numerous hay bales stacked up along the sections of the pen. The middle part of the shed was vacant. Shed 4 is a newer barn which was constructed circa 2015. It was again, it's adjacent to number 31 Bigwood Road. This shed was about 20 metres from the dwelling at 31 Bigwood Road. On the day of the site visit, it was being used for storage of tractors and other farm vehicles and equipment. So that's just an idea here of the day that we visit the site. So shed 1, as I say, was being used for storage of sheep. That's an image of shed 2. And the day, all these photographs are in the report, but I'll just go through them here. And shed 3, again, as outlined, there was being used for some storage of bales of hay and other equipment. And this part was vacant. And shed 4 was being used mainly for storage of the farm tractors and vehicles, etc. Along with our equipment. The loader was an area as well being used for storage of sheep at the rear of the site. So as stated, the need for a shed, the applicant's case in relation to the necessity of a shed centres on enhanced farm security, and that the location of the proposed shed is near or in sight of the applicant's dwelling. Such as the intention is they store expensive farm equipment in a new shed. Officers observed that such equipment is already stored in sheds 3 and 4. These sheds are located within 90 metres of the applicant's dwelling and are not significantly removed from the applicant's dwelling. Evidence submitted by the applicant and third parties suggests that the farm holding has been reduced in recent years. No evidence has been submitted that would support the view that the efficient use of the agricultural holding is demonstrably affected by the current arrangement, or the proposed arrangement is necessary for the efficient use of the holding. CTY 12 also seeks decision makers to consider whether suitable existing buildings on the holding for the proposed use. So as detailed previously, there are 4 other corrugated metal sheds at location. That these sheds were being used for various uses, but the view of officers was that they were fully utilised on the day of the site visits. The applicant submitted a further statement in November 23. It advised that all 4 sheds were being used for housing animals and the storage of straw and animal feed. Although the statement does not confirm where the tractor, trailer and log splitter, etc. are stored, it does state that the proposed building will be used as an alternative location. As the officers view that the existing sheds are sufficient to accommodate the requirements of the farm holding, the applicant has not advanced any evidence that the existing sheds cannot either accommodate all his requirements as it stands, or they could not be renovated, altered or redeveloped to address the needs in relation to his farm security concerns. In terms of other policy considerations, officers have considered PPS 16 in relation to sewage infrastructure and are satisfied that the proposal meets the criteria of CTY 16. PPS 3, we have consulted roads. Road service have no objections in relation to the proposal, and officers are satisfied that the AMP 2 and 7 of PPS 3 have been satisfied. There's no issues related to natural heritage. SAS have been consulted and have no objections. The proposed building is not expected to be used for any livestock sheltering, and the agent is advised is for machinery store only. And on that grounds, the SAS are content that development would not likely to have a significant effect on any European site, provided a condition that no livestock are housed in the proposed shed at any time. We've also considered policies CTY 13 and 14, which relate to integration and character, and we're satisfied that a shed of this scale could integrate at this location given the context of the site in terms of being an existing farm building and the surrounding buildings, and it will not have an adverse impact on the character of the area. Residential amenity has also been considered, and particularly in relation to the proposed impacts on number 31 Bigwood Road. This nearest residential property is located approximately 12 metres from the proposed shed. The bedrooms belong to this house are within 9 metres of the shed base. The original proposal was for a shed of 9.2 metres high, which officers consider would have had an overbearing and dominant impact on this property, on the basis that it would tower over the existing bungalow by more than 3 metres. There previously was a set of barns in the approximate location of the proposed shed, which were of a much more modest scale. The applicant has subsequently revised the scheme and reduced the shed to 7.2 metres high, which officers believe is more in scale with what was previously existed on the site, and such concerns regarding overbearing impact have been addressed. Concern was raised by third parties in relation to noise and disturbance due to the siting of the shed. Officers have considered the current arrangements on the farm and comments from the applicant as well as comments from third parties. Officers would accept that on balance the proposed shed will not result in an unacceptable detrimental impact on the amenity of number 31 Bigwood Road. In doing so, we took into account a number of existing factors cannot be controlled via this application, including the hours of operation of the farm and the type and number of vehicle movements between the different buildings on the existing farm holding. Let's take into account that existing machinery and tractors are stored in shed 4, which means under current arrangement, there's likely to be numerous movements of tractors and other vehicles associated with the applicant's farm in close proximity to the objector's property. So in summary, officers are recommending refusal on the grounds that the proposal is contrary to CTY 1 and latter is proposed Part A of CTY 12 on the grounds that the applicant has not demonstrated a necessity, a need for the provision of the farm in accordance with the requirements of policy CTY 12. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Melanie, for the presentation. Members, we have an agent and applicant here, but we also have 2 objectors, and that is Colleen Bradley and Martina Bradley. So I'm going to ask Colleen and Martina, could you just come through to the chamber here, please? Thank you. Okay, is it Colleen or are you married? Colleen, okay, Colleen, we'll give it 5 minutes between you, between both of you, present the committee, and once you finish, then we just sit on because members might want to ask you questions. That's the format, but you can go now at your 5 minutes starting. Thank you.
The opportunity to be able to speak today on behalf of my family who strongly and robustly object to the proposal of erecting a farm building beside our family home. On November 2021, the applicant commenced construction with no prior mention to us of his intentions. There is currently a large retaining structure that was initially built to be a slurry tank and used, measuring 3 metres in height, at the side of our home without planning permission. Outside our home is currently an eyesore due to this, and as you drive up our laneway, immediately you are faced with this concrete structure, reference to Planning Committee report, photo 20 and 21. This process has no doubt caused a lot of stress on my parents. My father has suffered from 2 strokes, and we as a family think that it is inconsiderate to construct the shed given its close proximity. The 2 bedrooms located at the gable end of the house nearest to the shed are within 9 metres. If the shed is passed, all the noisy equipment will be brought closer to the bedrooms and will have a detrimental effect on the occupants' well-being. Environmental health report states there is the potential for impacts of noise and vibrations associated with the movement of farm machinery to and from the shed. All other agriculture buildings are located off to the rear. Although amended plans have reduced the height of the shed, this does not impact our home for the better. From our 2 living room, bedroom window and front door, we will be looking onto the side and back of a metal corrugated shed that will still be taller than our bungalow. This will greatly impact the appearance to the front of our home. The old barns that were previously located were stone buildings and were not big enough to house a tractor or farming machinery, so this is not a like-for-like scenario. Committee, I would like to direct you to David Dazell's report submitted in November 2023. It advises that all 4 sheds are used for housing animals. This report shows cattle being stored in Shed 2 and Shed 3. Shed 2, picture 3, clearly shows an empty cattle pen, and there has been no reason stated why the cattle in Shed 3 could not be stored in the empty pen in Shed 2, which would free up space. David states that this part of Shed 3 was empty at the time photos 13 and 14 were taken in the Planning Committee report. This part of the shed would maybe still be empty if the applicant utilised the empty pen. Reference to the Planning Committee report, the applicant has sold off 3 fields in 2021, therefore his farm has actually reduced in size. Surely if he was able to maintain a larger farm with the sheds he currently has, there is no need for another shed. I can confirm that the machinery is currently and has always been stored in Shed 4, photos 16, 17 and 18, constructed in 2015, also without planning permission. Shed 4 is an extremely large metal corrugated shed, referenced to photo 15 and 16. The applicant has more storage on his farm since he erected Shed 4, as the old buildings were never able to house farming equipment. As stated above, the farm has reduced in size. Therefore, he was also able to maintain a larger farm even before Shed 4 was built. The agent stated in the proposed plans that the building is sited in front of the building line of the bungalow, which will reduce potential impact on rear private amenity areas. However, he failed to mention that this proposed building will greatly impact on the front private amenity area, as this proposed shed will be located directly opposite our front street and garden. We only use the rear of our property to store bins in a small garden shed. Our outdoor space that we use and the grandchildren play in is to the front of our home, directly opposite this proposal, reference to photo 23. Committee, this shed started out as a slurry tank, photo 20 and 21, 9 metres from a bedroom window without planning permission being submitted, and now is being retained and converted to be a shed. The proposed location is too close to your home and no doubt will cause noise nuisance and impact on our amenity. Planning officers are content that this shed is not required, therefore they recommended refusal. In view of the above, I urge you to refuse this application, as I am sure that most of you will agree that none of us here present today would like this on our front doorstep. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bradley. You just be CPR for the moment anyway. I'm going to ask if any of our members have any questions arising from your presentation. Anybody online we should ask any questions? Nope. No questions there. So thanks very much, Ellie. If you can go back and sit again, Ellie. Thank you very much for the presentation. Members, next up is the applicant and agent, Mr. David Dalzell and Jared Doherty. So I ask you gentlemen to come in. Thank you. Okay, David, you've been here before, anyway, obviously, and Mr. Doherty. So you've got 5 minutes, as you know. So you have the floor now. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair members, and thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. I'm accompanied by Jared Doherty, the applicant, who and myself can answer questions on the operations of the farm if needs be. We don't agree with the planning officer's recommendation to refuse the application. The situation in this site is a little unusual. The old farm dwelling, number 31, is owned by a family member not involved in the farm business, and we've heard from them. But the dwelling sits within the farm buildings and the normal activities of a farmer all around. Otherwise, given the small scale of this proposed shed, this would have been a permitted development. Number 31 was the original farmhouse, and there's a large garden on the front and a hard-standing private amenity area to the rear. This proposal meets all 5 criteria of policy CTY 12. It is necessary. The applicant runs an active and established farm, and he reasonably needs a secure shed to store his farm vehicles and equipment beside his home, which is 31 Bigwood Road. Other sheds are in use for vehicles, as per the case officer's photograph, but other vehicles and trailers are regularly parked outside, actually in front of number 31. Animals and feed are brought into the sheds and moved around. Sometimes animals and livestock are isolated if needs be, as and when required, and this requires space and flexibility of all the applicant's existing sheds. Mixing livestock, feed and vehicles, tools, etc. in close proximity is not good practice. Just because a planner on one day of the site visit doesn't see or sees a space in the barn doesn't mean that space might be used at other times and seasons. Older barns referred to, which were actually closer to number 31 and demolished and will be replaced by the proposed shed. The proposed shed is actually further away from those than the existing sheds were. It visually integrates, and that's been accepted by the planning officers. It's cited as part of a farm group, and it has no adverse impact on natural built heritage. In fact, the proposed screening and landscaping will enhance the natural setting and screening of the whole farm cluster. It won't have a detrimental impact on residential amenity. Vehicles and slurry tankers and trailers, which are say currently parked on the applicant's land, which actually at the front of number 21, will be better stored inside, out of sight and under cover in the proposed shed. And you can see one of those trailers in photograph 22 of the case officer's report. Any potential noise also is better controlled inside a building envelope than outside an external yard. Less vehicle movements across the front of 31 from the main farmyard to shed 4 must be an improvement also. And I would just point out that the planner's photograph of shed 4 actually does show sheep as well at the back of the shed on the day of the planner's visit. And Mr. Doherty can explain why the new sheds required more detail, but crucially the planners have recognised that this building will integrate, it won't be prominent in the landscape, and it has been incorporated in a farm grouping. The planners have recognised the reduction in height from the proposed original height is acceptable. All statutory consultees are content with the proposal, and as the proposed high quality and sustainable agricultural development meets planning policy and published guidance, it should be approved. And although the applicant has sold some fields as referred to, he is actually buying other fields, so his farm is not contracting. Through the chair, we respectfully ask that the members approve this proposal today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dalzell. Is that your presentation finished for both these? Okay, thank you. Okay, members, you've heard the presentation from Mr. Dalzell on behalf of the applicant. Does any members have any questions, whether in the chamber or online? Oh, Keith, do you want to come on there?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. And if the agent can get a pen and paper. Chair, I'll tell you, just wondering, Chair, do we have the option of going to confidential? Just in case, because I'm going to ask some questions here, and there may well be information that the applicant doesn't wish to give out. But I'll ask them and we can see what the crack is here with it. Right, did have concerns in regards to the fields being sold and in regards to the size of the farm. I've asked them the question, is the farmland that is on this site all that is currently remaining of the farm, or are there any outlying farms? There obviously was ground sold in the past, and just to say in the process of buying, I might need a wee bit more than that. Now, to be fair, further on from that, follow up from that is the individual, is the applicant a farmer full time, or does the applicant have other outside work, be that either self-employment or employment? Again, it's just, you may not wish to, you know, answer that for him. Just wondering, is this a full-time farmer, or is this someone that has had to seek employment and continuing to maintain a family farm, which a lot of farms are currently doing, but just getting that in my own head. In regards to the, if there is, I suppose, in one regard, anything like a shade is going to be expensive, and you know, I suppose there is maybe money sitting now in regards to ground being sold, so there potentially is money to erect the shade. Situation is then, could we get a rough approximate list there of what machinery is there? We see there's one massive tractor with a front loader. Are there any other additional tractors? Are we chatting about a Jeep, or is there a quad? Is there a telehandler? You know, that there's, you know, those are the items that will be making the noise where I'm coming from. You know, kettle tiller is not going to make much noise unless it's hooked onto something. You know, following on from that, I do note that there's a Red Rock slurry pumped on there. Does the farmer, does the applicant, does he use agricultural contractors? I didn't remark a slurry tanker per se. Does he use contractors, or does he bring in? Does he do it himself? Does he have his own tanker that he puts out his own slurry? I would move on then. I would be seeking to know stock level. What level of stock has he got? Many cattle is there? Many sheep is there? Again, he may not wish to raise that or mention that now. But those end of things. Following on from that, Chair, I would ask him in regards to the shades, or sorry, in regards to his current storage of stock and slurry capacity. Initially, this was going to be a shade with a tank in it. And obviously now that's been done away with. So he must have had a need in regards to slurry storage. And given the difficulties now, and the major difficulties that could come, given who the Minister of Dairy is, and in regards to storage of effluent and slurry, it's has he got enough capacity? And following on from that, just a follow up there of the shades then, as he see, I mean, you know, I know the way the farm will run there in regards to it. I'm just asking in regards to the two shades, which are, is it 3 and 4, which are on what I'm going to call the far side of 31 Bigwood Road. I take it there's a right of way in front of the dwelling house of 31 Bigwood Road to get to those shades as well. So if you can clarify those couple of points, I'll be contenter to see. You have a couple of questions for the officers, but they'll wait at the minute. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Alderman Kerrigan. I think there's more than a couple of points there, but we'll try our best anyway. But before we answer those questions, there are some probably, I'm thinking there's some sensitive questions that, you know, it's up to yourselves if you want to, you know, and it's a more of a matter from the chair, just saying that it's, you don't have to answer them, you know, and they'll be completely understandable because we're not confidential, and they may relate to commercial business that, you know, may not go to the crux of this application. But there are other questions there that you could assist the committee with anyway, but it's a matter for you, and then just leave that to you anyway. Okay, Mr.
Thank you. Yes, I did have my pen and paper ready, and I've made notes there, but I don't think Mr. Doherty is going to be able to read my writing. But there's certainly items there which we're happy to address. And there's probably Mr. Doherty is probably better placed to describe the need for the shed and how the farm operates. So I'll let Mr. Doherty slip in here, and I'll take a step back.
Okay, Mr. Hardy, maybe Mr. Dalziel could probably help you. He may have wrote those questions down. So wherever you want to enumerate them, wherever you want to answer them, you can. But obviously, I don't mind you seeking assistance from your agent as well. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Farm size is roughly about 46 to 48 acres. I'm currently employed and self-employed, so I work full-time and work part-time in the farm. Slurry capacity, I have, whenever tanks near full, I have to end up selling stock because no can I store it. So, or else I put them on the straw beds. As like for spreading slurry, I do it myself. But our contracting, like cutting silage and stuff, I got a contractor on to do it. The minute I have 15 head of cattle, but about 2 weeks ago I was up to 23 head of cattle. I have about 110 ewes, and they'll be lambing now from March on, and they're currently they'll have their average. Whenever I scanned, they were averaging 1.9, so of over 200 head of flock. The land that I sold was an outlying farm, so there's no sheds on that. Whatever's on 31 Bigwood Road, that's the only sheds that I have. So it is. So thank you.
Okay, thanks very much for that there, Mr. Hardy. Alderman Kerrigan, that's those answers anyway. So I'm going to move on to the next speaker. I see Alderman Hussey's hand raised anyway. I think it was, so if you want to come on there, Derek, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the agent, Mr. Hardy. So a lot of the concern lies around the current sheds not being used to the full extent of their capacity, and the agent has said that that's dependent on time of year. My problem is I'm sitting with evidence in the report to us which would support the sheds not being used to their capacity. I may have heard in Mr. Doherty's presentation there an explanation, obviously at lambing time, I'm presuming perhaps some of the sheds are used for lambing. And that is something that I can take on board. Is there any other evidence of the sheds being used to a greater capacity than what is evidenced in the photographs that we have in front of us? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. Leader. Go ahead, Mr. Doherty, if you can help us out with Alderman Hussey's answer.
Well, I think all the sheds is used to capacity. I know it's hard to explain, because like in the summer months, all stock's out, like, and you're not worrying about capacity then, but to say, I think they are all used to capacity, like.
Alderman Hussey, do you have any follow-up?
Yeah, Chair, the point I was making is the photographs that have been presented to us would not support that. And perhaps the agent might want to come in there. I can understand, as you said, you're heading into lambing, and I can understand that the sheds will be used then, but you know, the evidence that we've been presented with at this moment in time.
Okay, I take your point, Alderman Jose, but I think Mr. Dalziel may be able to come in on that, on your follow-up there, okay?
Thank you. Yeah, through the chair, the photographs in the planner's report aren't dated as far as I know. I think it was early March. We think possibly, might be confirmed by the case officer, but that would be a snapshot. That PowerPoint is that's a snapshot in time. And things change, and seasons change, and needs change. And if you visited the farm any day of the week, you'll see that there's equipment parked inside sheds. You'll see there's quite a lot of equipment and trailers and so on parked outside the sheds. And currently this area of the site is an open area, and that means that trailers and so on, tankers and so on are parked outside. And our view is that by enclosing this within a building, it's going to be neater, it's going to be tidier, it's going to be more enclosed, and it's easier to control the potential adverse effects. In terms of the change design, we reorientated the doorway that would let a tractor in to face the applicant's house rather than number 31. So we turned the doorway sideways on to come in at the lower level. So there's things like that that we've tried to do through the design process to alleviate any harm.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dalziel. I'm going to move on now to Councillor Jackson. Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Jackson.
No, thanks, Chair, and thanks, Mr. Dalziel and Mr. Doherty. Like ours, I fail to see any sufficient evidence that demonstrates the need for an additional shed, and I'm really struggling to see that demonstrated, and I appreciate Mr. Doherty has highlighted that that's difficult to get across. But there are mechanisms within the system that would allow farm businesses to erect a shed under permitted development, and that can be done without impacting nearby properties by ensuring that they're more than 75 meters away. I think I know there's land that's been sold off that we've been told that doesn't contain any farm buildings. So we know that we know that the farm has been operating for some time without additional sheds, and it's been operating effectively. And we know that from the assessment of the current farm holding that there's, I suppose, is there any opportunities to provide direct a shed under permitted development that wouldn't have any impact on any properties that aren't associated with the farm? Because permitted development's there for a reason, and you can't ignore the fact that this is the close proximity to this permitted development just couldn't apply here. So it's only right that we're going through this process, that we're looking for the assessment and the evidence to show that there is the sheds are at capacity, and I am really struggling to see that as with the evidence that's presented to us today. So the only other option, if the evidence is difficult to provide, the only other option would be to provide, or they go down the permitted development route. And I just querying why the shed isn't erected further away from a property that's not associated with the farm. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson.
Yeah, the reason for that, through the chair, was historical, really, in the sense that there was an existing shed there. So the applicant had demolished the existing sheds and then started building on the footprint of that, which has a logic to it. And it's in terms of keeping the structures and keeping the buildings within the farm cluster and type within the farm cluster, it has led to that issue. Certainly, you know, the options in terms of permitted development would involve going out beyond the farm cluster in the other direction, But that would be into greenfield land and further up the hill and so on. But that's really, to answer your question, hopefully, as a historical fact that there was buildings there on that site, a little closer to number 31.
My apologies for letting me mic on. Members, moving on to questions for the officer, to Malachy. Does anybody wish to ask Malachy any questions in relation to this application? Alderman Kerrigan, go ahead there.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I think the burning question is, when were the pictures took? As the first one, you know, because I know myself there, you know, in regards to farming there, and Mr. Doherty here is working with cattle and with sheep. Now, we don't work with sheep because sheep's only intention is either to die or escape, so I wouldn't have them about me. But as regards to cattle, as I say, it is what it is, and I know there at the minute we're bummed out. Every shade, every bit of space you have is at capacity, but yet in the summertime, you know, most of our shades would be sitting empty. So as I say, when were the pictures took as the main question, and again, I suppose it's just a wee clarification then in regards to the distance from the house, because I note that it raises a figure of 7 metres from the house, and then on page 409 of the report, it says 12 metres from the house and it says 9 metres from the house. So I'm a wee bit confused as to what is the distance of the shade to the house, you know. And again, just clarifying the point, Malachy stated that, or well, it might have been Malachy, but the report states, page 413, on balance, the proposed shed will not result on unacceptable, if I could read my own writing, detrimental, impact on the amenity of number 31 Bigwood Road. So just, and a final one is getting clarification. The only reason for refusal here is effectively the planning officer has deemed that the farm doesn't require the shade. I'm just getting that clarification. So those couple of points, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith. Go ahead, Malachy.
Yeah, I don't know if it's in order, but the site visit was early March 2023. In terms of the refusal reason, yes, there's one refusal reason as relation to CTY 12 Part A in terms of necessity for the shed. In terms, there is an error in the report that sort of mislead in terms of the refusal reasons. I think it refers to still having an issue with residential amenity. Yeah, but for clarification purpose, our only refusal reason relates to the necessity of the shed. In a previous iteration of the report, we had a further recommendation before the application was amended in terms of the shed being reduced. In terms of distances, I think there's a number of different calculations because it's referring to windows, etc., and distances to certain windows to the structure, and the structure is quite elongated and towards the property. You know, it is within that range of 12 to 7 meters to the property. It is quite close to a number 31 in the photographs, or you know, we'll bear that out. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Malachy. Does that answer your questions, Keith?
It does, but it leaves another question which you can't get answered now, which is an unfortunate thing, because it would be very helpful to know what time of the year Mr. Doherty lambs, because of his, you know, but
He did say, I think in his own evidence, they said a couple of weeks' time.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any other members wish to ask any questions of Malachy? No? Well, okay, members, that was a very well ventilated application, so I'm now going to pass over to you, Councillor Jackson.
Yes, as was discussed, I am struggling to find any evidence that it can stand over that would state that the sheds, the existing sheds, are at capacity. I know if that evidence is difficult to be provided, there are opportunities under permitted development. They cite a shed further away from this the neighbouring property, so I feel I have no option but to support the recommendation to refuse. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Any seconders to that? Councillor Nealis, to second that proposal. Okay, members, Councillor Jackson's proposed to accept the officer's recommendation and seconded by Councillor Grace Eunice. Want to go to vote, Maura? Thank you.
Thank you. This is item 9, members, and the proposal is to accept officer's recommendation to refuse. Alderman Derek Hussey.
For.
Okay. Alderman Keith Kerrigan.
Against, Mara.
Okay. Alderman Neary McMorris.
Against.
Okay. Councillor Jason Barr.
Against.
Okay. Councillor John Boyle.
Had to leave the room. I'm abstaining.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sean Fleming.
I also had to leave the room and abstaining.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Paul Gallagher.
For.
Okay. Councillor Christopher Jackson. Okay. Councillor Fergal Leonard. Okay. Councillor Rory McHugh.
Mara.
Okay. Councillor Sean Mooney.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Patrick Murphy. Thank you. Councillor Lillian Sinwa Barr. No. Councillor Grace O'Neillis.
Ta.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, members, that
Three
application has been passed. 8 for and 2 3 against and 2 abstentions, so that proposal is carried. Okay, members, this application's now done now. So thank you to the applicants and objectors for coming today and presenting their evidence. Members, 4 o'clock, so take 5 minutes for a comfort break. Thank you. Okay, members, we're start back again. Thank you. Next application is item number 10 and LA 11 2022-0315F. That's an extension to workshop, provision of 2 depollution bays, extension to Breaker's Yard, and new entrance at 81 Orchard Road, Strabane. That is Laura to take that, and recommendation is to refuse. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members. Application LA 11 2022-0315F is an application, a full application for an extension to a workshop, provision of 2 depollution bays, extension to the Breaker's Yard with a new entrance, located at 81 Orchard Road, Strabane, and the recommendation is to refuse. So this is the site location plan and aerial overview of the application site. As you can see, it consists of an existing car breakers business. and the southern half then of an agricultural field to the west of the existing car breakers. It's located approximately 1 kilometre south of the glebe and 2.5 kilometres west of Sand Mills. There's a row of detached single dwellings adjacent to and east of the site, and some residential development opposite the site as well. And just then further west of the site consists of agricultural land. So the car breakers business currently contains a workshop building in the southwest corner of the premises, and the surrounding hard standing then is used for the storage of cars, which you can see here on the image at the top of the screen. It's enclosed by a grey palisade fence, and it accesses onto Orchard Road. Just there, the lower image is just the section of the site where the extension is proposed into the agricultural field. Then this is just an image again of the agricultural field with the car breakers there to the left hand side. So that field rises gently towards Rabstown Road. The southern boundary of the field where Orchard Road is a post and wire fence with some trees, and on the eastern part of this boundary and the western field boundary is a post and wire fence. So this slide just outlines the proposal which relates to the recovery, treatment, recycling, storage, transfer and disposal of end-of-life vehicles. As detailed in the description, it involves expansion of the existing premises and the existing agricultural field, which is shown here on the image on the right-hand side of the screen. Everything there kind of highlighted in green is the expanded premises under that field. You can see there's also a new access proposed on the Orchard Road, with the existing access being closed off, and a parking area just at the front of the site on the Orchard Road. There's also going to be rear and side extensions there to the existing building within the existing premises. They're just highlighted in green as well in those drawings. So this is the policy context under which this application was assessed, including the Strabane Area Plan, the SPPS, and then the PPSs 2, 3, 4, 11, 15, and PPS 21. In terms of the consultation responses, they're outlined in detail in the planning report. None of the consultees had any objections to the proposal. They've provided advice and proposed some conditions. We've had a number ten their objections to the proposal, including the reasons they are outlined in detail in the planning report, and a consideration of them is also detailed in the planning report. That's just a list there of the objections raised. So the main policy context for considering this proposal is PPS 11, planning and waste management. Although it is a proposal for the expansion of an economic development proposal on the countryside, this isn't considered under PPS 4. It's PPS 4 and the preamble directs you to PPS 11, as does PPS 21. So under policy WM1 of PPS 11, which considers the environmental impact of a waste management facility, development is only permitted where it can be demonstrated that all 12 of the criteria in that policy are met. Under these criteria, as you'll see in the planning report, PPS 2, PPS 3 and PPS 15 are also considered. So in terms of criteria 1, it's required that the proposal will not cause demonstrable harm or result in an unacceptable adverse impact on the environment. And as you can see, as detailed in the report, officers considered that this criteria is met just for the reasons they're outlined below in terms of drainage, low risk to the water environment, new planting is proposed, which will compensate any hedge or tree removal. It doesn't impact on any designated sites or natural heritage interests, and it won't cause any harm to human health. And consultees such as NIA, SAS and Lock's agency are content. So therefore the proposal would also comply with PPS 2 in that respect. So in terms of criteria 2 and 3 of policy WM1, The proposal is designed to be compatible with the character of the surrounding area and adjacent land uses. Officers consider that that criteria is not met, and the visual impact of the waste management facility, including the final landform or landfilling or raising operations is acceptable in the landscape, and the development will not have an unacceptable adverse visual impact on any designated forest landscape quality. Officers consider that that criteria is not met. In terms of these criteria 2 and 3, you can see here from the images. So the extension to the workshop as shown previously is considered an acceptable extension. It's just a side and rear extension to that. The extension to the yard, however, this is a major expansion, as you can see there in the part shaded there in the kind of pinky colour, which will visually intrude into the adjoining countryside and undermine the rural character of the area. The existing business is 0.24 hectares and the expansion is 0.57 hectares, which triples the size of the premises. It extends beyond the established curtilage and then agricultural field, which has poorly defined boundaries. Officers accept that there is a build-up of development in the northern side of Orchard Road, and this is detailed in the planning report. However, as you can see from the drawings and the images provided, this stops at the current business. Anything beyond the current business then is agricultural land. If approval was granted here, it would extend the development a further 65 metres along Orchard Road and under the countryside. This is some views of the current application or the current site and the agricultural field from Rabstown Road and from Hillhead Road, which just surround the application site. As you can see, the site lacks established boundaries or vegetation and would then, as a result, rely on new planting and landscaping, which would take time to mature and become established. So this slide shows again the proposal under the agricultural field there. And just in terms of even with the proposed planting, it will be difficult to screen or integrate this development given the scale and the extent of the operations and the nature of the operations from the views which identified previously. A 1.8 metre high acoustic fence and security fence is proposed, which is shown there in terms of what it would look like. But this will also have an impact on visual amenity, and it's not a type of fencing that is characteristic of the rural area and generally wouldn't be acceptable in the rural area. So overall, it's considered that the extended yard and the associated car storage will have an unacceptable visual impact on the surrounding landscape, and therefore the proposal is considered contrary to criteria 2 and 3 of policy WM1 of PPS 11. So the other criteria then of PPS 11 in terms of access and the road network, officers are content that both criteria 4 and 5 are met. And the access is proposed onto Orchard Road. And visibility displays of 2.4 by 80 metres are considered acceptable by the EFI roads. The application form states that the overall development will attract 29 vehicles per day, and officers are content with these figures. In terms of parking, as you could see earlier on the site layout, there is a parking area in front of the site and turning as well provided for within the site. So criteria 6 is met. There in terms of criteria 7, that isn't applicable to this application given the rural location and scale and nature of the development. Criteria 8 in terms of nature conservation and archaeological or built heritage interests is met. There's no adverse impact on nature conservation, also in accordance with PPS 2, and no features of built heritage are located within proximity to the site. In terms of criteria 9, with regards to the waste to be deposited or treated, and the method of disposal or treatment will not pose a serious environmental risk to air, water, or soil resources. So this criteria is considered to be met because depolluting of the vehicles will be provided for within the depolluting bays, and the cars will be stored in the adjacent yard. Any accidental spills will be intercepted in a holding tank, and that will be removed by a registered company, and that's in accordance with the waste management licence. And the drainage proposals provided with the application mitigate for any potential pollution the development could cause. So in terms of criteria 10, that's with regards to flood risk or the potential to exacerbate flood risk. So that there is an area of surface water flooding in the northwest of the site. A drainage assessment and drainage plan has been provided. Drainage proposals include a sod system, which DFI Rivers advises outside of their knowledge. However, planning officials are content with the findings and the conclusions of the assessments. The proposal avoids, as far as possible, criteria 11 there, the permanent loss of the best and most versatile agricultural land. So officers consider that criteria isn't met, as this proposal will result in the permanent loss of agricultural land, as it proposes to expand into that agricultural field. And then in the case of the landfall, the proposal includes a suitable, detailed and practical restoration and aftercare proposals for the site. This criteria isn't considered relevant to the proposal. So that's all of the criteria there of policy WM1 considered. And just to summarise, the proposal fails to comply with criteria 2, 3 and 11 of that policy, and that the scale of the extended yard and its associated outdoor storage will have an unacceptable visual impact on the surrounding landscape and is incompatible with the character of the surrounding area and will result in the permanent loss of agricultural land. So the proposal is also considered under policy WM2 of PPS 11. Then there are 4 criteria which have to be met. So in terms of that, the proposal relates to expansion of an existing established waste management facility. BEPO isn't a plan of consideration anymore as it's regulated separately. The proposal is adjacent to existing building, therefore meeting criteria C. The business isn't of a regional scale and doesn't involve incineration or thermal processes. The depollution will be carried out in the purpose built bays, and only depolluted vehicles will be stored in the open. So therefore that criteria is met, and overall the proposal complies with WM2. So therefore, just in terms of PPS 21, the proposal fails to comply with WM1 of PPS 11, which is a relevant policy, which policy CTY1 of PPS 21 refers to. Therefore, the proposal fails to meet policy CTY1 of PPS 21. It's located outside of any settlement and within the countryside, and involves a significant expansion. It's acknowledged that there's an existing business at the site. However, the scale and the nature of expansion, which involves a substantial area of outdoor storage, isn't appropriate at this rural location. Officers would note that if the business is outgrowing the approved site, a more appropriate expansion would be within a settlement on a suitable location. No overriding reasons have been demonstrated to justify this development, why it's essential at the rural location and couldn't be located within a settlement. Just in terms of any of our policy considerations, we've considered residential amenity. We consider that there's sufficient separation distance to the nearest unconnected dwellings. Cars within the new yard will be stored at ground level. The acoustic fence along the front boundary will prevent overlooking and will reduce the noise impact, and environmental health are content with any, as long as there's conditions applied to mitigate against any noise. So therefore, we're content that there won't be an adverse impact on residential amenity. So just to summarise, the The proposal is considered to adversely affect the character of the surrounding rural area, having an unacceptable visual impact on the landscape and will result in the permanent loss of agricultural land. It's therefore contrary to policy WM1 of PPS 11, and there are no overriding reasons why the proposal is essential in this rural location and can't be located within a settlement, and refusal is recommended for the reasons outlined in the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura, for that presentation. Remember, it's going to ask Mr. Joe McCormick to address you now. He is acting on behalf of the applicant. Well, Joe, you've got 5 minutes now, if you can hear us, and you want to.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Take it away.
Mr. Chairman, councillors, and planning officers, proposed extension to workshop as before described. Reasons for approval. The applicant in this case has been in business on this same site for 53 years. There are quite a number of objectors to this application, but none of them have lived there as long as the applicant has been in business on the same site. Therefore, they all knew the business existed before they bought or built their dwellings in the area. There have been complaints of the possibility of fire, debris, vehicle parts, etc. being blown out across the yard in storms. And I wish to point out that there has been no reports of any of these happenings in the past, and no complaints from the Environmental Health Department, Police, District Council or anyone else in relation to similar matters. When I visited the site to carry out my survey, I noted that it was extremely clean and tidy. I was able to wear my normal footwear and didn't have to put on any waterproof gear. My client has no intention of using the 3-tier car storage racks that currently hold the vehicles in the future, and plans to move the cars further back in the yard so that they will be quite a bit away from the workshops than they currently are. The vehicles will be kept at ground level and will leave it easier to locate and work at, and will leave a lot safer for the operatives. A planting scheme will be carried out which will screen the storage area, and a new domestic fencing at the site will be installed, which will further contain any noise within the site. There is very little noise from the work being carried out, and it is certainly within the guidelines. We commissioned a noise expert, and his report was accepted by the planning department and consultees. The hours of business, 9 to 6, Monday to Friday, are strictly adhered to. Some paperwork is carried out at night, but no actual physical work. The existing site entrance is within the requirements of road service, and the new entrance will allow vehicles to get off-road easily and quickly, which will improve public traffic flow on the Orchard Road. All parking for offloading will be within the site. This will be much safer than the present offloading. Numerous inspections by NIEA and Council are carried out every year to ensure the requirements of waste management procedures are being adhered to. All rain and surface water are properly disposed of at present and will be for the proposed works. There is an interceptor on site and all liquids pass through it. Samples of the discharge are regularly taken and tested by NIEA. We commissioned a drainage engineer to prepare drainage assessments, and this is also acceptable to department consultees. This is one of the cleanest and well-regulated sites in the council area, and my client holds all necessary certificates for his business. McMullen Autobreakers are one of only a handful of licensed ATC sites in the Derry-Strabane area and pride themselves on keeping the yard tidy and clean. The planning officer suggested that this business should be in an industrial estate in town, but they did not take into account that this site is in what would be called the Orchard Road Business Park. There are at least 6 businesses within a 200-metre radius of the site, businesses including manufacturing, car repairs, plant hire, civil engineering, hairdressing and car sales and repairs. My client has planning permission and building control approval for his business and, as stated previously, complies with all regulations relating to his business. We have worked with the planning department in relation to provision of drainage reports, noise reports, ecological studies, providing copies of licenses and inspection reports. And as far as I am aware, there are no other objections from any of the department's consultees. I now ask the Planning Department do not accept the planning recommendation to refuse permission for this extension. Planning Department have stated that development does end at this site, but it does not, because there are dwellings on the other side of the Orchard Road which extend out past this proposed site. Not outgrown, just easier access and to keep up with current requirements. This applicant is willing to buy all his efforts for extra planting on site and will do so if required by the Planning Department. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Joe, for your presentation. I'm going to ask if any members have any questions for you, or in the chamber or online. Can they come in now? Okay, Alderman Kerrigan, do you have a question for?
Thank you, Chair,
Okay,
for allowing me on. Chair, I do thank Joe for his comments there, and to be fair, he has confirmed a question I was going to ask in regards to how long Norman and McMullen's there would have been operational, and as it has stated, 53 years. I do note, I'm not going to go into the issue in regards to objectors, because that's been dealt with on the planning and the report, and to be fair, all those objections have been set aside as far as I see, and again, there's been a lot of work put in to achieve that. Just clarifying here, Joe, in regards to question in regards to the fencing. There is an image in the report there in regards to a black mesh type fence. Just wondering, as I say, was that an image you had supplied, or was that an image that the planners had put in for? I was just wondering, given the area, would you have considered putting in a green mesh fence, or maybe that's not applicable? That's a minor issue. I will ask that question, and also from that then, you are seeking to put in appropriate landscaping and planting there. You would have, I'm assuming you would have no problem if there were conditions put on in regard to the appropriate planting and bushes that needed to be placed, even if they had to be placed to the rear of the site, because there is an issue there apparently with views on from Hillhead Road, if it's required, that would be applicable. And then a final question, just confirmation that, as you have stated, but I'm just seeking a double confirmation, the vehicles on this extension to the site would be stored single, they would only be stored 1 car high. They're not going to go 3 cars high as they currently are stored. They will all be stored on ground level. So just if you could clarify those few points for me. Thank you, Joe.
Yes, indeed.
Thank you, Alderman Kerrigan. Go ahead, Joe. Thank you.
Sorry, the fencing detail was originally what we had proposed to provide, but the sound engineer requested that we would put in some acoustic type fencing. So the fencing that we now propose would be very similar to the fencing that Mr. McMullen has on site at present, only it would be a green type fencing, which would be not as noticeable maybe as the current fencing, and it would be closer together to keep any noise within the site. We do intend to plant behind that, and that again should give better acoustics for the site. The planting would extend around the entire boundary of the proposed yard. In relation to vehicles, yes, the vehicles will be at ground level. The existing racking, which holds vehicles 3-tier high, will be removed entirely from the site, and we will have all our parking at ground level.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Going to bring on now Alderman Hussey. Go ahead, Derek.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Joe. A couple of the questions have been already answered there. Thank Alderman Kerrigan. Length of time on site, and particularly the confirming that the present situation of triple stacking that exists at that site will go. Would it, first question, would it be the opinion of the agent that that is actually a visual improvement that will occur? Secondly, reference screening. Is there any indication of a time that the maturity of screening would need? I think there is an intention of screening, but how long would that maturity of that actually need? There's a lot of agency replies and comments on this, and quite often in some of them there are conditions. Does the applicant have any issues with the conditions that have been suggested by various agents? That would be me for the moment. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. Do you want to try and answer them, Joe, please? Thank you.
I will indeed, yes. Well, the first comment there was in relation to the length of time. As I have stated, 53 years on site. In fact, I remember going to that site. I'm sure it must have been almost 53 years ago. Shows, I don't know how you can do that when you're only 40 years of age, but certainly I do remember going there, and it was always a tidy site and always very, very useful to have. The stacking will certainly go. It is one of the features. I think the insurance for the yard are now saying that it's very high and would need to come down a bit. They're a bit worried about it. It certainly will be a visual improvement. There's no doubt about that, because once the planting goes up and once the acoustic fencing goes up, you won't see any vehicles. They'll all be down below that. Vehicles are usually about 5 foot high or less. So, you know, we're not going to see vehicles when you're driving past, especially sitting in a car. So it will be a visual improvement. And with the screening and planting, I would imagine a couple of years at most, the planting will be up as high as the screening. The screening will be there immediately, so we will not see any vehicles on the site. We have worked with the agencies. There have been numerous emails and plans toing and froing with the agencies. Everybody is happy. I mean, the planning department have stated that everybody is happy with the proposals, and certainly if there is anything else, my client is only too happy to comply with their needs, and we have no worries about that.
Okay, Joe, thanks very much for that. Anybody else wish to come on? Councillor Neelis, go ahead. Sorry, sorry.
Thanks.
Go ahead, Grace.
Thanks, Joe. Just a wee question. You were said there regarding the stacking that for insurance purposes it needs to go. Is this expansion a business necessity for insurance purposes? And what I mean by that is if the insurance isn't covering the stacking anymore and there isn't the room to have the cars at single level, will this have an impact on the business?
No, not at all. The insurance was only mentioned because insurance costs are increasing for every business, and that was just one suggestion that possibly could reduce the insurance premium, but there is no requirement from any of the insurance companies or anything to have it be removed.
Thank you, Joe. Alderman Hussey, do you want to come back on again there? I think you may have wanted to come on again.
No, finished. Thank you.
Oh, my apologies. Councillor McHugh, do you want to go ahead there?
Good Chair, and thanks to the applicant, or to the agent there. Just a question for him. You said that yard's been in operation there 53 years. I'm aware of the business myself. I'm just wondering, in that 53 years, you know, many people has got employment from that business there. Many people, you know, does it currently employ?
Thank you, Rory. Go ahead, Joe. Do you want to?
Well, I'm just not sure of exact numbers, but the day I was on site, I noticed approximately 12 to 15 people, and it could be more than that because there's people out on the road delivering parts and collecting parts. So I would have thought upwards of 20 people employed in that business.
That's me, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor McHugh, thank you. Joe, any other questions for the agent? No, I'm going to move. Oh, sorry, go ahead there, Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you. Just a question for Joe.
Joe, you've sort of stated a lot about 53 years on the site, and the way it sort of my take on the way you put it across was that would give precedent over others. But when you look at this application, and there's a number of properties directly opposite where there's potential, like you could never forecast that site opposite your property would be stacked with cars, and that any objection you would have to that would be undermined because there was a site to the right hand side for 53 years. So, do you not give any considerations to people who may have to look out at this new site if it was granted?
Yes, Councillor Giller. No, the present site, as you say, is stacked with cars, and they are 3-tier high. So any one of those buildings can see the site and on a daily basis. But in this particular case, Mr. McMullen himself lives in one of the dwellings opposite, and there are only really 2 dwellings opposite. So Mr. McMullen lives there, and he is well aware of what's going on. The new proposal is to reduce the height of the stacking. So the vehicles will be down at ground level. As I said, 5 foot high, and with the proposed fencing and hedging, you won't see them from their dwellings at all, so it'll be a much better view from a dwelling on the other side of the road. That's in my opinion.
Thank you, Joe. Councillor Gallagher, do you have any follow-up? No? Okay, thank you. Members, I'm going to move on now to questions for the officer. And I'm going to bring in Alderman Kerrigan. I think you have a question for Laura.
Thank you very much, Chair, for allowing me in. And Laura, don't take it personal. Laura, in regards to the application there, and I do see what you've raised, I'm not content in regards to the moving the site to a settlement. And in regards to that, and I'm just querying here, has there been consideration given for effectively what is a wee hamlet out in here? And in regard, Joe's made mention of businesses in the area. And I mean, my look at there on the Orchard Road and onto that section of Abstown Road, there's 15 buildings, or 15 dwelling houses, I should say, within that section. That's as big as Gavitya. It's bigger than Agabrack. You know, and Loch Ash, and you know, it is, which are deemed as settlements, and according to planning documentation we're currently dealing with. So there are, you know, it effectively is a small settlement, admittedly small, but there's a number of businesses there, whether they have permission or not. Mr. McMullen's business has always been referred to, well, it is a tidy business. I passed it yesterday, made a point of passing it yesterday when I was going to the PCSE meeting. I passed it twice, coming down the road and coming back up again. And in regards to the you know, there's a lot of vehicles stacked there, but there were more vehicles on adjoining properties, more cars, as far as I could see, on adjoining properties than there were in the entire site at Mr. McMullen's. So just if you could touch on those points, and if you could just reference in regards to the requirement to provide evidence that they couldn't move this and take it away to a settlement. And if you could just touch on those couple of points, Laura, and I may have a proposal, Chair, at some stage here. Thank you.
Okay, Alderman Kerrigan, I will ask Laura to come on now and see if she can address those points for you. Thank you.
Thank you. So just in terms of like the location, this application is located on the countryside, and I mean, as we outlined in the planning report, if there is a need for an expansion, we would consider that a location within a settlement would be more appropriate, but that hasn't been explored. Just in terms of we have accepted as well as detailed from the planning report that there is a build-up of development in this area, including dwellings and a number of businesses. Most of those businesses don't have planning approval. So we acknowledge that there is a build-up of development at this location, but the point that we're making here is that the expansion of this business into the agricultural field and the countryside would exacerbate that build-up of development at this rural location. I think I've answered your questions.
Thank you, Laura.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, no problem. Anybody else wish to come in? And Councillor Gallagher, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I was just, and probably should ask Joe maybe, but tell me this, was there any consideration this application come in about moving it back rather than sideways?
Yeah, through Chair. Well, the application just was assessed as proposed, and that was under the agricultural field. We didn't receive any other proposals to relocate to the rear of the existing premises or anything. And I don't know if that's within the applicant's ownership, but it would have been outside of the red line, so it would have meant that it would be a new planning application had they wanted to do that.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Laura. Laura, just, I know we touched on the existing developments, and I know some of them are there without planning permission, but I'm assuming they're all immune from enforcement.
I think most of the ones there, aside from maybe one premises, has been there more than 5 years, which would mean yep, they're immune from enforcement action.
Alderman Hussey, are you looking to come on and see your hand up?
Yes, thank you, Chair. First refusal reason states there are no overriding reasons why this development is essential in this rural location. I'm sorry, there is. That's where the business is. If that's not an overriding reason, I can't understand that, and I don't accept it. This whole idea, and I think Alderman Kerrigan has hinted at it, of shepherding or corralling business into urban areas, I totally abhor and totally against. I've seen it happening to other businesses where, in fact, a business close to myself was told, sorry, you've got to move into a settlement. They moved out of our council area. Simple as that. The capacity is here at this site for this business to develop, and to develop in such a way, and would the officer accept that it will develop in such a way, that the removal of stacking will actually be a visual improvement in that entire area. I think we also have to accept, as has been tried to be outlined, that there is a cluster in that area. I think planners have admitted that, but there's also a business cluster in that area. Two of them involving similar but not the same trades with regard to cars. Has that not been taken into consideration by planners? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. I will ask Laura to come in, or sorry, is it Suzanne? Suzanne's going to come in maybe and try and deal with your questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Councillor Hussey, I suppose really the starting position for us as planners is to follow the policy, and the policy is the countryside policy. We have looked at the site. We're very aware that the area is built up. It's clearly referred to in the report. What we're trying to protect is the countryside and protect a rural area getting more built up. Appreciate you have a different view on that, but that's our position as officers. In terms of the economic side of it, obviously you have, there's clear these people have been here for a long time. In terms of the job creation, though, I mean, the information submitted with the application form told us that there would be 4 jobs and 1 additional job created. So there was nothing overriding submitted with the application that would, that we felt that we could actually comply with CTY1. Okay, so just really, that's our starting point as the policy, and that's how we have to assess these. And if you want to take a different view, then that's obviously within your remit. Thanks.
I'm going to bring on Maura, the head of planning. She wishes to address a point on this, I think. Go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. It's just a general point, and I suppose it's going back to the principles of planning and town planning, rural planning or whatever, and it's just sort of to reflect on the fact that, you know, if there was a proposal for stacked vehicles and car breakers yards in an urban area, there might be locations in an urban area where it won't be appropriate because it's beside a scheduled monument or a walled city, or it might be beside a residential area, or it might be beside a type of use that we would think would conflict with that use. So it's not something that's just about, you know, we have to look at the use and look at what the surrounding areas are and how appropriate it is. And I suppose as planners, you know, we're looking at the countryside, we're looking at the visual impact, and we're looking at, you know, what's appropriate for this type of use. And some of the uses are not easy sitting with any other uses. So that's why we're obviously just trying to zone land in our LDPs, and we're trying to think about where do we want people to live, where do we want people to work, where do we want people to have all these sort of more difficult uses that we need to function as a district, but we're trying to work out where's the best places to put them. And I suppose on reflection, it's one of those types of uses that everyone finds difficult to find a place for them. We accept that, but it's just bearing in mind it's not something that's just anti, you know, the rural area. It's about uses being in an appropriate area. Thanks.
Thank you, Maura. Okay, members, I'm going to move on here now. And so with questions for officers now, so draw that to a close, and it's now over to you, members. Just before, yeah, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Just appreciate it. Chair, just before maybe someone maybe making a proposal or whatever, but is there possibilities if this was to be overturned and approved by this committee that there would be elements around placing conditions on it, and i.e., you know, that there wouldn't be any stacking, you know, as an example of that condition?
Zan, would you like to try that thing?
Yeah, if members feel that that's appropriate, that can be attached, no problem, yeah.
Happy enough, Councillor Gallery, yeah. Okay, members, well, there is a refusal reasons there before you, only, so I'm going to pass over and accept any proposals that may come in.
Chair.
Councillor, Alderman Kerrigan, would you like to come in there?
If it's acceptable, Chair, I'll take this here in regards to the two refusal reasons which are stated. And in regards to the first refusal reason, that is contrary to CTY1 of PPS 21. No overriding reasons why this development is essential in this rural location. I will go to the Staban area plan, and I will use the rural remainder, but it will be regards in 123.2.3, and it's a reference proposal for non-residential development in the rural remainder, and it states in there, in particular, sympathetic considerations will be given to small projects associated with a local resident already living on site. And in regards to this is it is a small business here. There are the directors of it live on site in regards to the McMullen family, and I know there has been mention in relation to it will triple the size of the site, but I mean, we're chatting about an acre site. It's not a big site realistically. So I am minded that it is, in regards to this, sympathetic considerations will be given to small projects, and I do deem this as a small project. So therefore, I do feel that, given reference to the Bannery Plan, the rural remainder 123.2.3, that will overturn the first refusal reason. In regards to the second refusal reason, which is that the policy does not comply with WM1 of PPS 11, and in particular, from my reading of it here, I see that there are 3 points out of the 12 which are not currently met, and those being point 2, point 3, and point 11. And if you will, I'll do points 2, 11, and then 3. In regards to point 2, it states that the proposal is designed to be compatible with the character of the surrounding area and adjacent land uses. And I would be minded that particularly when you're putting on the emphasis of the adjacent land uses, in that particular area in the Orchard Road, we do have a number of businesses in that area which are working at vehicles. So therefore you have, should it be car sales or car repairs, and therefore I am minded that it does comply with the adjacent land uses. So therefore it does meet the criteria of point 2. In regards to point 11, it says there the proposal avoids, as far as is practical, the permanent loss of the best and most versatile agricultural land. Well, with the greatest of respect, I was past it yesterday and I wouldn't have walked over it, like, you know, even on my wellies. You know, it's a bit of a puddle hole, to be fair to it, and I'm not giving it too much of a touch, but it's not the best and most versatile agricultural land. It has made reference there in regards to one of the objectors had made reference in regards to of flooding in the area. I know that's been deemed as okay. There's enough in regards to suds, but it's not the best and most versatile agricultural land. So therefore, I mean that I'm deemed that it meets that criteria 11. And then in regards to the third criteria, which it states that it has not complied with, the visual impact of the waste management facility, including the final landform of landfilling and land raising operations, is acceptable in the landscape, and the development will not have an unacceptable visual impact on any area designs for its landscape quality. As I travelled along the Orchard Road, travelling from Tullywasker, you know, you're coming down then, and where the Orchard Road splits onto the Hillhead Road, you continue on the Orchard Road, and there is forestry, or not forestry as such, but trees on both sides of the road. As soon as you turn that corner, you can see the current site, and you can see the current steel, you know, that grey steel corrugated fencing and the 3 vehicles high from quite a distance back. I'm minded that if this is placed with a green fencing, which Mr. McCormick has made reference to, which will not be that silver or that grey corrugated, and vehicles will be stacked 1 high, and with the landscaping, the planting that is to be required, that it will not have the visual impact which is currently there on site. So therefore, I do deem that it does comply with policy WM1 of PPS 11, and therefore the second refusal reason is overturned. And on that basis, Chair, I am minded that I make the proposal that we do not accept the officer's recommendation to refuse, and we overturn this and we accept this application. I so propose. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that proposal, Alderman Kerrigan. Just to confirm, Councillor Gallagher raised those condition aspects. You content to include those as well about stacking and
content, Chair, yeah.
Those ones that were raised by Councillor Gallagher can be included within that proposal.
I'll be the second proposal.
Okay, thank you, Alderman Hussey. Okay, members, you've got a proposal by Alderman Kerrigan. You've heard his proposal and his reasons, and Alderman Hussey has seconded his proposal to overturn officer's recommendation. So I'm going to ask Mara to go to vote now. Thank you, Mara.
Thank you, Chair. This is item 10, and yes, this proposal not to accept the officer's recommendation to approve, to refuse. Alderman Derek Hussey.
For the proposal to overturn.
Thank you. Yeah. Alderman Keith Kerrigan.
For Mara.
Okay. Alderman Neary McMorris. Alderman McMorris. Yep. Councillor Jason Barr.
For.
Okay. Councillor John Boyle. Okay. Councillor Sean Fleming.
Tap.
Okay. Councillor Paul Gallagher.
For.
Okay. Councillor Christopher Jackson.
Mara.
Okay. Councillor Fergal Leonard.
Tap.
Okay. Councillor Rory McHugh.
Tap.
Okay. Councillor Sean Mooney. Okay. Councillor Patrick Murphy. Okay. Councillor Lillian Sinwa Barr. And Councillor Grace O'Neill.
Abstain. I missed the start of the presentation.
Thank you. It's unanimous, Chair.
Okay, members, that's carried, and there's no dissent on that application anyway. So thank you very much. Hello.
Chair, it's Councillor McHugh here. Chair, could I just encourage you to please keep an eye on the chat box, because in that last application I'd indicated twice in the chat box to come in and wasn't picked up, so.
Sorry, my profound apologies. I will do my best to keep an eye on that chat box, but I didn't see it, but I will do my best to.
Okay, Chair, the points I was going to raise were covered subsequently by other councillors, you know.
No problem. My apologies for that. Okay. Okay, members, next application is item number 13, LA 11, 2023, 1839, and that is a proposed single glamping pod at Glenelly Road, Plumbridge, Oma, and that's Suzanne's taking that. Sure.
Chair, I wasn't in at the beginning of the meeting to declare an interest, but at this stage I'd like to declare an interest in this particular application and remove myself from the chamber.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Appreciate that, Councillor Leonard. Members, before we start, just to remind you, there are two items that came on there, two late items. They are an email, and it's an email support from Councillor Raymond Barr, and also a letter of support from Mr. Daniel McCross, the MLA. So I think he's had a chance to consider those documents, only. Yeah. So, okay. Suzanne, yeah, do you want to go ahead? That's Laura. Sorry, go ahead, Laura. Thank you for that.
Application LA 11 2023 1827F is an application for a single glamping pod located at 25 Glenelly Road, Plumbridge, and the recommendation is to refuse. So this is the site location plan and the aerial image of the application site. It's located on the southern side of Glenelly Road and the countryside and outside any settlement limit. The area outlined in red on the site location plan is the domestic curtilage of number 25 Glenelly Road, which contains a single-storey dwelling and a detached garage. It's a large domestic curtilage with a garden area, a driveway to the front, and a concrete area to the rear. It's located approximately 0.4 kilometres east of the village of Plumbridge and within the Sperrins AOMB. So this is just some details of the proposal. As you can see, it's one single glamping pod to be located within the curtilage of number 25. It proposes a small decking area and hot tub within the proposal. Parking for the glamping pods located to the front of the dwelling. Just that's some images there of the internals of the glamping pod and just the external elevations. It measures 3.1 meters wide and 7 meters in length, and it's 2.8 meters in height. It's finished in timber cladding with grey coloured roof tiles and PVC doors. So this is the policy context under which we assess this application, including the Strabane Area Plan, the SPPS. PPS is 21, 2, 3 and 16. In terms of consultations, there were no objections from any of the consultees and they provided standard advice and proposed conditions. In terms of assessing this application under policy, policy CTY1 of PPS 21 allows for a range of development in the countryside. And in relation to non-residential development such as this one, it directs you to PPS 16, which is tourism. So the relevant policy within this is policy TSM 5, which relates to self-catering accommodation. So under policy TSM 5, it states the three criteria of that policy must be met. With regards to the first criteria A there, it says that one or more new units located within the grounds of an existing or approved hotel, self-catering complex, guest house or holiday park. So this application is just for a single glamping pod, not located within the grounds of an existing or approved hotel, self-catering complex or holiday park. It doesn't meet this criteria. It's a single glamping pod located within the domestic curtilage of a single dwelling. In terms of criteria B, it states there a cluster of 3 or more units are to be provided at or close to an existing or approved tourist amenity that is or will be a significant visitor attraction in its own right. So this proposal is for one single glamping pod. It doesn't provide a cluster of 3 or more units close to our close to an existing or approved tourist amenity. It's one pod, and I know there's been some information with the possibility of adding 2 more, but this proposal is just solely for that one glamping pod. It's not located close to an existing or approved tourist amenity. This is a significant visitor attraction in its own right. The agent has provided supporting information which lists the number of tourist attractions in the area, but these aren't considered to be an existing or approved tourist amenity. The list includes some assets and tourism amenity facilities within the wider area and close to the settlement of Plumbridge. Some are local community facilities or other local amenities that can't be regarded as a tourist amenity. These are all outlined in detail in the planning report. So therefore we don't consider the criteria B of policy TSM5 is satisfied. In terms of criteria C, it relates to the restoration of an existing clachan or close through the conversion or replacement of buildings. So this proposal isn't for the restoration of a clachan, nor is it for the conversion or replacement of any existing building, and therefore the proposal doesn't meet criteria C either. It's just there as a point, policy TSM5 states that self-catering development is required to be subsidiary in scale and ancillary to the primary tourism use of the site. There is no tourism use of the site. The current site is a single dwelling located within the countryside. And just there in terms of like further elaboration around that policy in PPS 16, policy TSM5 is to provide sustainable environmental benefits through focus on self-catering development and existing nodes of tourism activity, therefore avoiding random developments throughout the countryside and safeguarding the value of tourism assets. Planning officers consider this to be a standalone application, not associated with any tourism asset or tourism use. So we've stated there that the proposal isn't considered acceptable under TSM5, but in terms of TSM6, which is new and extended holiday parks in the countryside, we've also considered that the proposal for a single unit doesn't fall within this criteria either, and it's therefore contrary to policy TSM6. So as highlighted, we don't consider that the proposal is acceptable in principle under PPS 16. However, we have to consider it under the remaining policies of PPS 21 and PPS 2. In terms of design and integration, like we've noted that this is a small glamping pod and it's located in the lower part of the site into the rear of the dwelling. And a landscaping is proposed as well surrounding the pod. And we note that views are fairly localised and limited to passing the site. So we don't consider that it will be visually intrusive in the landscape and wouldn't have a detrimental impact on the character of the area or the AONB. And as such, it complies with policy CTY 13 and 14 of PPS 21 and policy NH6 of PPS 2. In terms of amenity, this is considered under the SPPS and policy TSM7, which provides general criteria for tourism development in PPS 16. So environmental health have no objections to the proposal, and we consider that on balance it won't have any impact on privacy and on occupants of the existing dwelling to an unacceptable degree, and it therefore complies with these policies. In terms of natural and built heritage, we note that there is some roadside hedge to be removed to provide visible displays, which we wouldn't consider to be significant, but we note that new planting can be provided to the rear of these visible displays. It's not located within any other protected site, and the SAS advised that it has no risk to any loss of habitat, and there's no pollution pathways to any European site. It's not located within proximity of any archaeological sites or monuments, so therefore we're content that it complies with PPS 2, PPS 6 and policy TSM 7. In terms of the access to the site, so the proposal is to use existing domestic access to number 25 Glenelly Road. So the existing sightlines are substandard, but the proposal is to improve the visible displays there to 2.4 by 75 meters. So that that would be an improvement in terms of the access to the site. We note that only like 2 people can stay in the pod at one time, so we would be content that it wouldn't result in a significant amount of traffic on the road network, and that sufficient parking can be provided within the curtilage of the site given the expanse of the site. DFI Roads have no objection to the proposal. Therefore, we content that the proposal complies with PPS 3 and policy TSM 7. So there have been 3 letters of support received on this application too. They're just as late items to yourselves, and one previously. The slide just outlines there the points raised and the letters of support. It's just summarised all the points raised. And then just overall, to summarise, the proposal is contrary to the SPPS and policy TSM 5 of PPS 16. This is one single glamping pod. It's not located within a cluster of 3 or more units, provided it close to or at an existing approved tourist amenity that will be a significant visitor attraction. It doesn't involve the restoration of an existing clacking or close. It's contrary to policy TSM 6 of PPS 16. It doesn't constitute a holiday park, and it's contrary to policy CTY 1 of PPS 21, as it doesn't meet any of the cases in which non-residential development would be permitted in the countryside. Overall, there are no overriding reasons why this development is essential at a rural location, and refusal is recommended for the reasons outlined in the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura, for that presentation. We have an agent here for the applicant. It is Joe McCormick. So, Joe, you want to come on there 5 minutes to go ahead and address the committee? Start now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, councillors and council officials. Reasons for approval. The Sperrins region is an area of outstanding natural beauty in AONB, which is located in the west of Northern Ireland. The wider Sperrins area stretches from Donegal border to the west to Lough Neagh in the east and to the Atlantic shores in the north. The natural asset of the mountain range mixed with the unspoilt landscape of winding rivers, sun-swept valleys and scenic lakes all translate into a region recognised as one of the most idyllic geographical areas of rural Ireland. This site is right in the middle of that area and therefore very central for holidaymakers. Derry City and Strabane District Councils aim to promote tourism and encourage visitors to stay in the Sperrins. One big problem for the Derry City and Strabane District Council is the lack of accommodation for those visitors. I am sure the council are well aware of this problem, but obviously don't want to highlight it in case it puts visitors off wanting to come to our area. The Northern Ireland Tourist Board are also aware of this and do encourage people to visit and to invest in the provision of accommodation. Therefore, we would think the planning department would be encouraging applicants by not putting obstacles in their way and grant approval for tourism projects such as this. There are a lot of local attractions, and I have listed 25 in my concept statement to the planning department, which are mostly within a radius of 10 miles of my client's site. There are numerous others in the vicinity that I have not listed. Tourism plays a vital role in the preservation of our historic, culture and recreational resources and helps to sustain and promote our internationally renowned landscapes. It creates a unique sense of place, provoking pride and confidence within local communities, providing fertile ground for enterprise, creating new independent and small businesses and new services or facilities that will not be sustained by the local population alone. Road Services highlighted a problem with sightlines and road safety back in August 2023, and my client immediately removed the hedging to improve the sightlines. Road Service advised Planning Department on the 4th of December that they now have no objections to this application and subject to conditions to be listed if an approval is issued. As far as I am aware, there are no other objections from any of the consultees. The applicant is willing to put his money into this project to provide tourist accommodation. Small glamping pod that could potentially turn into something bigger under TSM. They are quite willing to provide another 2 or 3 glamping pods within their site, but because the septic tank will only cater for one at present, they didn't want to submit 2 other applications. But they will do if this application is approved and takes off as they hope it will. Mr. Chairman, I ask the council to please refuse this proposal by the planning department and accept that we could have a glamping pod at 25 Glenelly Road, Plumbridge. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Joe. I'm going to bring in Alderman Kerrigan has got some questions for you. So go ahead, Alderman Kerrigan. Thank you.
Just a couple of very brief ones there, and I suppose to be fair, Joe has touched on things in regards to it there. I've looked at it. I know where it is. I know the site you're on about, and I suppose the applicant it is where it is. Not the best site in the Sperrins. There's no point in me in my personal view. But a question on it there. And I know you have given a list of the various tourist attractions, and you have given a wee dig to the council, as you're entitled to do. But at the same token, one of the glaring omissions I noted was the Giants, which was the thing that council were behind, which is getting quite a bit of tourism. And in regards, personally, I was at the Giants in Crana, and I met 4 people from South Africa there on the last day of the year. So they are, and they came to see them. But so I say, it is helping your case in regards to visitors coming from that far away, and they were staying in Oma. But following on from there, does the applicant have? How much ground does the applicant have there? Or where would he, if he is seeking, I mean, the policy is here to put at least 3 of these pods up. He's looking to put up 1. So you're looking to step outside policy here, Joe. The situation is, has he the ground for it? My personal view is, the pod height, good idea. And as I say, it is encouraging for tourism, but it's very close to the dwelling house. And I've seen these pods and these ideas of them. I see there various of them up there outside Maharan, and they work well, and people have stayed in them, and they've a lot of praise for them. But I'm just wondering, has the applicant got capacity to put another 2 pods on that site, or has he got additional ground? Because knowing the area, I don't see a lot of extra ground unless he's going into his front garden to put a pod in, because I don't believe he owns the ground around the dwelling house. So if you could just clarify that, because as I say, need to be strong justification to step outside of policy, in my view. Thank you, Chair.
Go ahead, Joe.
Mr. Chairman, I wouldn't agree that it's not the best site. It is very close to Plumbridge, and there's quite a few eating houses and pubs and whatnot in Plumbridge, and I'm sure they would be only too glad of the trade. And because it's very central to a lot of amenities in the area, I feel that it's not a bad site at all. I wasn't getting at the council by any means by saying that there was a lack of accommodation. That's not the council's fault. It's the people that live in the area that don't have the accommodation. But they should be encouraged. When somebody is willing to provide accommodation, I think they should be encouraged. As far as the consultation that I carried out with the planning department, we did provide a plan to show where 3 pods could go within the site. The site itself and land owned by the applicant, it's probably around 1 acre. So I think there would be enough space around the house to leave accommodation for the occupants of the dwelling and the occupants of any of the pods, enough room to be away from each other and to provide the necessaries for a glamping pod. So no, I think there is a bit of space around the dwelling, not a lot, but there is space there, and the applicant is very willing to provide the amenities that are necessary for tourism in this area.
Okay, Joe, thank you. I'm going to move on now to Alderman Hussey. Do you want to go ahead there, Derek?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Joe. A couple of questions. can I presume that this is a new venture for the applicant, who perhaps has no background in tourism, etc.? So, you know, the rationale of one is really to suck it and see, I suppose, within a business development situation, if you like, with the desire to move to the 3 model. Perhaps wonder why the 3 wasn't applied for to begin with, but we are where we are. So, is there a rationale as to why 1 was applied for when it's known that 3 is a minimum? You referred to a lack of accommodation in the council area, and I can agree with that. Although we do see accommodation appearing, where does it appear? It's in the city. And we all know that the benefit of the benefit from tourism is the overnight stay. And this, you know, to me, this is the type of provision which encourages overnight stay in the rural area. I think it was Councillor Kerrigan referred to folk who had to go back into home to stay. If we can provide in the rural area, where there is a genuine lack of accommodation, whilst there are tourists, yes, they tour the area, but then they stay elsewhere. What's needed in the rural area is tourists coming in and staying in the area, and that, the overnight stay, is where the real benefit of tourism, the economic benefit to our rural population lies. You rightly referred there that there would be the ability of additional folk who would utilise the facilities, for example, in nearby Plumbridge. There is an economic benefit to the community in this type of proposal. Would you agree with that? Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Joe, do you want to go ahead there and
Yeah,
those questions?
it certainly is a new venture. The applicant's wife, sorry, the applicant's wife has some experience in dealing with tourism and whatnot, but nothing in the line of what they are proposing now. It is certainly a new venture, and a desire to create more would certainly be the case. As you've said, there is a lack of accommodation in the rural area. People do like to stay overnight. I have noticed that these glamping pods are very, very much in the current applications for planning permission, and I would say that why not have it in the rural area? There is an economic benefit to the locals, and if you can keep them there, why not? So I would be sure that the applicant will, Mr. Tom Morris, will be encouraged if he gets approval for this one, and certainly has the intention of providing another 2 or maybe 3.
Okay, Joe, thank you. Going to move on to see if there's anybody else has any questions for Joe, perhaps in the chamber. No? Go ahead, Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you. A lot of people have remarked on, this is new, and I'm just wondering, has the applicant devised any type of business plan for around which 1 pod could potentially make you a year versus 2 pods versus 3 pods? And I'm just getting that around, some of them around. This is probably, the 2024 crafting element of trying to generate an income. That allows people to remain and living on the countryside. I'm just wondering, is there a business case done?
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher. Joe, is there a business case? Thank you.
Yes, indeed, councillors. Obviously, the applicant has looked into the business end of things and wants to provide the accommodation. He can provide the glamping pod and do all the work without having to borrow any money in this case. But in the future, he realizes that if he goes for another 2 or 3 glamping pods, that he will have to invest, and certainly has produced his own business plan, just to give him an idea of what, the number of nights that he could hope for, the number of people that would be wanting to stay with him. And he has done that. And obviously, because he's going to invest his own money, he doesn't want to invest it foolishly. So he has put a good bit of thought into it, yes.
Okay, Joe, thank you. I don't see any other questions for you, Joe, so I'm going to move on to questions to the officers. Is any members, do you want to ask Laura anything? Thank you. Anybody online wish to ask any questions? No? Just before I move on. Okay, Derek, go ahead.
Thanks. And it's not a criticism or anything else. Laura, is the reality in this that we are bound by regulations, that are hindering the type of development that we want to see? I'm looking at the refusal reasons there, and I can argue against each and every one of them. But as you said, perhaps that's me being subjective. Can planners see any objective way that we can allow a business to try to develop? Thank you.
Could be a rather difficult question for the officers to answer, but they hard to get against themselves. But go ahead, Maura.
Yeah, I suppose, Councillor Jose, the current policy in terms of maybe this is the, maybe the gist of what you're asking, the general policy, from your perspective, you would see it as quite restrictive. I suppose what we need to look at is moving forward with a new LDP. We'll be looking at those policies once, we get through to the different stage and we get our report back. And it'll be an opportunity then to look at our new policy and see how that will reflect the position then in regards to proposals such as this. And hopefully you'll be able to, I suppose, find a bit more flexibility in and around that. I suppose that's all. We're not here to discuss the emerging plan, but where we are at the minute, the officers are quite right. They're giving you the current position in terms of implying the current policy. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Maura. Councillor Boyd, yeah, go ahead.
It did cross your mind. I wasn't sure if it may be relevant on the back of the question that Alderman Hussey asked. If that was what we call a mobile home sitting there, would that be permissible? Because it'd be a very odd thing if it, when you see mobile homes sitting out the side of houses all over the place, probably with no planning permission perhaps, but it's just a moot point, I think.
Okay, thank you. So a mobile home for residential purposes, there's a policy in PPS 21 which allows for temporary, something for temporary, if you're building a house or something like that, and sometimes we'd put a condition of 3 years on it. I think the issue with this one is it's very small scale. We get that, right? We don't want to be sitting here in this position, believe you me. But the policy we have in front of us is either for self-catering accommodation, TSM 5, PPS 16, or a holiday park, which is like a campsite with maybe, more modest glamping pods. The problem with some of the glamping pods now is that they're nearly all constitute self-catering accommodation but this one is quite modest and we get that. So it just doesn't fall within anything. And, going forward, people can apply for a modest campsite or, within the Sparrans, something like that, which would meet TSM 6. We just don't seem to be getting those sorts of applications in at the moment. So that's just why we've arrived at the recommendation, obviously, today.
Thank you, Suzanne. Councillor Jackson.
I am prepared to make a proposal if there's no questions.
Sorry, I'll bring you in. Just want to check to see if there's nobody else will be online. Okay, well, thank you, Laura. We're going to move on now to the floor. There's obviously 3 refusal reasons there. So, Councillor Jackson, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Laura. And I would concur with a lot of what's been said, and I completely understand how the officers have arrived at the recommendation that you have, and I think it has been outlined quite elegantly by previous speakers around the need are the huge tourism potential that we have within our Sperrin AOMB. I think it's been rehearsed at this committee quite often, and we know from other committees within council, we know the pressures, the specific pressures around accommodation. In relation to CTY1 of PPS 21, I do accept that when you read through the cases that's outlined in relation to non-residential development, this application doesn't sit within any of those defined, but at the bottom of CTY1 it does identify that there are a range of other types of non-residential development that may be acceptable in principle in the countryside. So there is a degree of flexibility built into CTY1 and PPS 21, and we have identified the need, the huge need for tourist accommodation. We recognise the tourist potential of the Sperrin AOMB in particular. And that's been outlined through various projects, whether it's the Sperrin Sculpture Trail or the Giants that's been alluded to earlier. So I do feel that there's, in my own interpretation, that there's a degree of flexibility within CTY1 and PPS 21 that I feel that this type of non-residential development would be acceptable in principle. In relation to the other 2 refusal reasons, I accept that it doesn't sit. Clearly there's not a cluster of 3 or more new units, but I think if we accept in principle that the tourism potential of the Sperrin AOMB, I would put a lot of weight in relation to that, and I would make an argument that the Sperrin AOMB itself has, as we've outlined through the Giants and the Sculpture Trail, and the fishing opportunities. There's a whole range of activities that are promoted and available through the Sperrin AOMB, and even the visual amenity of the Sperrin AOMB itself is a huge tourist attraction. I believe that on that grounds it does meet TSM 5 of PPS 16. In relation to TSM 6 of PPS 16, it clearly does not constitute a holiday park, and I'm not even going to attempt to suggest that it does. But under the Strabane area plan, I just want to quote 2 elements of the Strabane area plan. In 120.5.3, in recognition of the tourist potential of the AOMB, sympathetic consideration will be given to tourist-related proposals. This is clear, and putting significant weight on the Strabane area plan, which is our current policy plan. I am giving sympathetic consideration to this tourist-related proposal, and in relation to the rural remainder, which has been quoted earlier on today, that there's 123.2.3 that and we've mentioned the huge economic potential that this could have, a small rural area. 123.2.3 highlights in general terms the economic benefit of such a development will be balanced by the department against other planning factors. In my view, taking a balanced decision in relation to weighing up the economic development under the Strabane area plan and balancing that against TSM 6 or PPS 16. I believe that the economic development does outweigh, and I'm giving significant weight to that. So based on those reasons, I'm proposing that we overturn the officer's recommendation and approve the application in front of us. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Jackson, and thank you for outlining those reasons chronologically. It's very helpful of you. Does anybody looking for a seconder now? If that okay, so it's Councillor John Boyle has seconded that application. So we have a proposal by Councillor Jackson, seconded by Councillor Boyle to overturn the officer's recommendation. There's 3 reasons, and they've been articulated. So I'm going to ask Maura to go to vote on that. Thank you.
Thank you. It's item 13, members, and it's a proposal not to accept the officer's recommendation to refuse. Alderman Derek Hussey.
For.
Thank you. Alderman Keith Kerrigan.
Against, Maura.
Okay. Alderman Neary McMorris. No. Councillor Jason Barr.
For.
Okay. Councillor John Boyle.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Sean Fleming.
Ta.
Thank you. Councillor Paul Gallagher.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Christopher Jackson.
Aye.
Oh, thank you. Councillor Fergal Leonard. Oh, that's right. Apologies. Councillor Rory McHugh.
Maura.
Thank you. Councillor Sean Mooney. Okay. Councillor Patrick Murphy. Okay. Councillor Lillian Chinois Barr. And Councillor Grace O'Neill.
Ta.
Okay, members, 10-4, 1 against that application. Proposal has been voted through. So okay, members, we're going to go on to the next application. That is LA 11 2022-0207F. That is commonly known as the Riverine Community Park Project. And Sarah is going to take that there. And before we start, I understand Councillor Gallagher has declared interest in that as well. So, okay, Sarah, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. Item 4 is LA 11 2022-0207F. So this is the development of the eastern portion of the new Riverine Community Park. So that's the area that falls within Derry City and Strabane District Council area and includes a new area of open space, access, amenity lighting, a new footbridge to the adjacent western section of the proposed community park at Lufford, County Donegal. And the lands are vacant land adjacent to the northwest of the A5 Barnhill Road and west of Park Road, and officer's recommendation is to approve. So Riverine Community Park is a joint development between Council and Donegal County Council. This application deals solely with the development on the Strabane side. However, the project also includes development in Lufford and County Donegal. The planning application was accompanied with an environmental statement, and this is an EIA transboundary application under the EIA regulations, and the environmental statement submitted considered the transboundary context for both Lufford and Strabane and considers the overall project. So that's the site location plan and aerial view of the overall project site. So as I said, it's a cross-border park between Donegal and County Tyrone, divided by the River Foyle. The project will connect 2 currently separated lands either side of the border with a new pedestrian and cycle bridge, creating a shared community parkland. Development on the Strabane site comprises 7.6 hectares of land located north of Strabane town. The land is unzoned and is outside the settlement limit of Strabane as defined in the Strabane area plan, and it's therefore located in the countryside. The proposed development in its entirety, including the land at Lifford, will extend to a total of 21.6 hectares. There is an existing access to the site from Barnhill Road roundabout, which leads to a former halting site consisting of hard standing. The land to the north of the halting site makes up the main body of the park on the Strabane side, which consists mostly of wet woodland, and the River Foyle bounds the site to the northwest. The edge of Strabane town is to the south of the site, with the A5 bounding the southeastern boundary, and a formal railway connection runs through the site. So that's just a photograph showing the former halting site, and a few photographs from within the site. The top picture there is of woodland within the site, and the lower picture is the part of the site on the banks beside the River Foyle. And that's another photograph beside the River Foyle looking southwest, with Lifford on the other side of the river. And the lower photograph is on the bank beside River Foyle looking towards the Lifford side of the site. So none of the consultees had any objections. Now, as I said, this is a transboundary application. So a transboundary consultation had to be carried out under the EIA regulations through the department, with Donegal County Council, who had no objections as well. So in terms of the proposal, for the Strabane proposal, this includes a new area of open space, cycle and pedestrian access, amenity lighting, all ancillary development site services, retention of wetland habitat, works to flood embankment to utilise sections of internal pathways, which will require geotechnical design approval via DFI Rivers, which will be done outside the planning process. And then there's also connection to Strabane North Greenway. So development will be a neutral shared space utilising agricultural lands on both sides of the border to accommodate what is estimated to be approximately 150,000 users per year. It also includes a series of internal pathways proposed within the site, with a mix of surface finishes and what's positioned along the existing flood embankments where possible. And it includes 125 metres of a timber boardwalk to be provided to enable controlled visitor access to the area of wet woodland. The hard standing to the former halting site will be covered with topsoil and seeded out. And within your reports, the detailed proposals on the Lifford side of the project is set out in detail on your report. So this is just a plan to show you the location of the pond and the wetland with the connection to the bridge proposals. And this is a plan showing the 3 metre wide shared pedestrian and cycle path throughout the site, which are highlighted in yellow. And then these paths will connect to the proposed pedestrian and cycle bridge west of the site at River Foyle. This also shows existing ponds north of the site and the proposed wet woodland. Nancy's Burn lies to the north of the proposed wet woodland, and between the woodland and the pond is an existing embankment, which is going to be used to provide an additional pedestrian connection to the proposed bridge. This proposal will retain the existing area of wet woodland within the site, which is currently overgrown with scrub trees and open water. And the 2 metre timber boardwalk is proposed, as well as a proposed suds basin in this part of the site to manage stormwater. And the boardwalk would be elevated to minimise any disruption to the habitats, planting and wildlife. So this plan is just to show you the existing vehicular access to the site off the A5 roundabout leading to Lifford Road and Barnhill Road. The existing roundabout exit will be closed off with a kerb to tie into the existing kerb line on Lifford Road and Barnhill Road. The existing road surface will be removed and replaced with grass. The primary entrance to the site will be for pedestrians via the proposed pathways as shown in yellow. There are 2 pedestrian cycle entrances provided, one from the existing entrance and another created to tie into the existing footway network on Strabane bypass. Vehicle access prevention measures include a gated entrance, which will be controlled for emergency use only into this part of the site. The plan also shows upgrade of the existing crossing facilities on Lifford Road, which will be upgraded, and no parking is proposed for the site, with parking being accommodated via existing car parking provision within Strabane and also from the proposed car park, which has been provided as in the Lifford side of the site, which is proposed to provide 74 spaces. So this is just to show you the bridge proposals, elevation and 3D image. So the bridge connection will connect both Lifford and Strabane. The design, as stated by the agent, takes its inspiration from the historic railway bridge, which is further located along River Foyle. It will be a steel truss structure with an overall length of 115 metres. And at the bridge landing points, there will be areas of seating provided. And this is just another section to show you the proposed bridge. So there will be crossings, proposed crossing across the A5 Barnhill Road, which is Strabane bypass, and it'll be a new token crossing provided opposite the site entrance to allow a safe crossing onto the Greenway network. And then the existing pedestrian crossing on Lufford Road will also be upgraded to a controlled token crossing. So this plan is to show you the site in relation to the new proposed A5, which is overlaid on top of the site's location there. So planning policy requires the development proposal not to prejudice the implementation of the new A5 transport scheme. And in order to reduce conflict with the land required for the A5 vesting line, the proposal was amended during the process of the application. And the proposed car park, which was previously shown on the site of the former Halton site, is now removed from the application. So there will be minimal development within the proposed vesting lands. And this plan is really just to show you the A5 vesting boundary plan, and the A5 vesting lands are shown in orange. So when the A5 direction orders are made, those lands within the site that are located in the land take for the A5 will be vacated. And the applicant is aware of this requirement and has been in discussions throughout the application with officers, DFI Roads and the A5 team. And they have agreed to a condition requiring the site to be vacated at the time the direction order is made. And that condition is set out in members' reports. So just to summarise the policy, the proposal has been assessed against the SPPS. PPS 21 directs recreational uses to be considered under PPS 8. And in terms of PPS 8, all of the criteria are met, which has been considered in detail in the report. The proposal complies with PPS 2, PPS 3, 6 and PPS 15. And the environmental statement reasoned conclusions are also set out in detail in your report. The environmental impact assessment has been taken into account under the EIA regulations, including the transboundary requirements, and officers' recommendation therefore is to approve subject to the conditions set out in your report.
Thank you, Sarah. Obviously, there's nobody else to bring on here. If anybody has any questions for Sarah, please go ahead, Councillor Gallagher.
Chair, I appreciate it. Come on, just I declared an interest earlier because on a previous funding application, as a councillor, I done a lot of work on that. But I would just like to say that that I welcome officers' recommendations going forward on this. And I do believe, and just say to all those who have the potential here to vote on this, this does have a major transformational impact for Strabane town, and to have this park in Strabane will be a great asset for the town. So I'd just like to say that. But I'll not be voting on this, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gallagher. Councillor Leonard, go ahead.
It's not so much a question, it's a comment, Chair, if it's okay to make that at this stage. But I'd also like to welcome this significant application. The facility hopefully will be approved, and whenever it's built, it'll make a fantastic fitting facility here for Strabane residents and visitors to the area. It'll provide another physical link to County Donegal, and for the people of Lifford and the visitors of Lifford, a great attraction. So I look forward to this very much. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Councillor Leonard. Their bar. Yeah.
Just looking to make a proposal, Chair. We'll wait sure until you.
We're just not there yet, am I? Alderman Hussey, thank you. Wish to come on as well. Do you want to go ahead there?
Thank you, Chair. I suppose a disappointing element of it is the impact of the A5 route and the removal of car parking, leaving it that access is only pedestrian cycle access. That's disappointing. And I suppose it's impossible. This is a planning application, but I'm assuming that whenever the A5 is resolved, there would be the intention at some stage then to have car parking within the vicinity of entry to this particular wetland. And I'm wondering too, is there, my thoughts on it were that there was an original vision that this would then be linking through to Ballamagorry, etc., and the canal. Again, that lies outside of the planning remit, but welcome that there is something positive being prepared to go on the ground here, given the hiccups that have occurred in this overall scheme. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. I don't think officers can comment
No.
on the Ballymacgory site. There's no information on it anyway, but to tell us more as commentary anyway. But thank you anyway. I'm going to move on. Councillor Jackson.
No, just a brief point. Because the Riverine project has been on the agenda for quite some time in numerous meetings, and it's only in front of us today because it's a council application. So I just wanted to. We're all here as part of this committee as members of council, and therefore people have had there's the likelihood that people have endorsed this project in the past. So just to prevent any further hiccups going down the road, I just wanted to highlight that whilst we're assessing the application in front of us, people may have had previous endorsement to this project, because it's been identified as one of the key projects the council wanted to achieve. It highlighted as a key project as part of the Piece 4 applications. I know it's been muted in various iterations over many years. So assessing the application that's in front of us now, it meets all policy. No question around that. But I just wanted to highlight the fact that whilst people may have declared an interest, may have made comments in relation to this specific application in the past, it's understandable that given that it's a council application, that would be the case. But I just hope that, because we've had faced disappointments in this in the past, and I would hope the fact that we're sitting here as councillors, that would in any way impede this going forward. But again, it's just welcome the fact that it's fine. We're finally here, coming before a committee for a decision, and hope that we can start to see movement on the ground in the not too distant future. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Jackson. And I'm going to move on now, and I don't see anybody else who wishes to come in. So, Councillor Barr, Councillor Jason Barr, do you want to come in here? Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chair. And just to, again, like previous speakers before, just to welcome this application today. It's been a long time coming, and a lot of meetings and different things throughout the years to get this where it is. So I commend the officers for their work on this, and we'll look forward to seeing this fruition. It's definitely something that Strabane needs. You know, I know we chat about greenways and stuff, but a lot of people understand that a greenway is off the road. So it'd be great to see a walking place away from the main roads, where the people of Strabane and further afield, and of course cross border, can all enjoy. So with that being said, Chair, I am happy to propose that we accept the officer's recommendation to approve the application. Thank you.
Okay. I think Councillor McHugh might want to come on here. Sorry, Councillor McHugh, I see you've indicated in the chat box. Do you want to come in and or are you just signaling your vote? Okay, well, go ahead there, Councillor Leonard. I think I'll do that.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Chair. I would just like to second the proposal and welcome hopefully fantastic addition to the area and to the Lifford area as well. My God.
Thank you, Councillor Leonard. Okay, that's proposal and seconder for the officer's recommendation. Mark, go ahead there. Thank you.
Okay. Members, this is item 4. I'm supposed to accept the officer's recommendation to approve. Alderman Derek Hussey.
For.
Okay. Alderman Keith Kerrigan.
For, Maura.
Alderman Neary McMorris. Councillor Jason Barr.
For.
Councillor John Boyle. Okay, thank you. Councillor Sean Fleming.
Sam.
Councillor Paul Gallagher.
Abstain.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Christopher Jackson.
Ta.
Okay. Councillor Fergal Leonard.
Ta.
Okay. Councillor Riverine McHugh.
Ta.
Or Councillor Sean Mooney.
For.
Okay. Councillor Patrick Murphy. Okay. Councillor Barr. Councillor Grace O'Neillis, who abstained on the
Ta.
record. Yeah. So, three abstentions from the rest.
Okay, well, that motion is carried, members. Thank you for that there. That's welcome news for Mr. Van area anyway. It's now touching 6 o'clock, members, so I'm not going to call on our obviously call on our application. But before we go, can we go into confidential for a brief moment? Eamon wants to discuss a matter that was supposed to be raised last month, so we didn't get to it. So can I ask you to go into confidential now?
Propose,
Ask for-
Chair.
Okay, thank you, Alderman Hussey. Can I second or that? Councillor Boyd, thank you. Leave confidential now, Chair.